Good afternoon and welcome to round one of the Victorian State Race Series here at the picturesque Sandown International Motor Raceway. We're located about 35 kilometres outside of the Melbourne CBD down the Princess Highway, and as you can see, conditions are absolutely perfect with a predicted high in the low 20 degrees region, which if you take into account yesterday's 40 degree sweltering weather, that was a huge effort and tiring day for the crews and the drivers alike. So kudos to them for sweltering through the day, but today's absolutely perfect. We've got 10 categories lining up this weekend, and they've all run through their qualifying sessions this morning. We've got 10 competitive races coming your way. Big news for the VSRS during the off-season, of course, welcoming aboard 888 Home Loans. A big thank you to the team from 888 Home Loans, led by Cameron McKinnon, for supporting the VSRS, and we're very happy to have them on board as a category partner. So without further ado, we'll go up to the commentary box with Darren Smith for the first race of the day, the Porsche 944 Challenge.
Thank you very much, Callum Brannigan here. A beautiful day in the outskirts of Melbourne, and we are having a ripping day here today. Qualifying, it's done and dusted, and as Callum has alluded to, the Victorian State Race Series have on board 888 Home Loans, and you'll be hearing a lot about 888 Home Loans right throughout season 2023, part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. It's a great big welcome to Cam and the crew at 888 Home Loans, and we look forward to a very fruitful and long-lasting relationship with 888 Home Loans. They're doing a tremendous job supporting all the 6 rounds across the championship. We're going to say 6. We've got 5 confirmed. There is a TBC against round number 6. We open up here this weekend here at Sandown, being promoted by the MG Car Club, one of the busier car clubs around the country these days, with a lot of historic racing. Of course, Rob Roy running as well, and opening this season with a fantastic entry numbers here for Sandown, and you can see why on that beautiful picture there. Even the gravel traps had a bit of tractor work across the front of it there. Round 2, book your accommodation right now if I was you, if you intend on going to Winton for April 22 and 23. Head up there to the 888 Home Loans round number 2 of the Victorian State Race Series, the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Round 3 will be at Phillip Island, run by the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club on May 26, 27 and 28. Looking forward to that again. Book your accommodation. It gets booked out massively. You don't want to try and get any accommodation on the island for the historic event. That is absolutely chock-a-block down there at the moment. So get on board early for May 26 and to 28. Then we come back here to Sandown, the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. Those competitors park their big bangers that weekend and they run around. So was known for a long time as the hot dog around, but in the middle of August, 11, 12, 13, always a fantastic time to get out to the Sandown International Motor Raceway where we are for round 1. Phillip Island will be run by the Victorian Mini Club, September 22, 23 and 24. Great time of the year. In fact, it's my favourite round. Escape Melbourne, get away from all the AFL finals and all of the guff that goes with that. Head down to Phillip Island and enjoy our weekend's racing. And we have calendared round number 6, which we hope will be at Calder Park. A very welcome return if everything goes nicely out there. Of course, the track has been in some disrepair and rundown for quite some time now. There's a lot of works going on out there, and there's actually been some sort of grassroots events going on out at the property out there. So we're talking 27, 28, 29 of October for Calder. So keep your eyes peeled to the social medias around the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we will see all of that start to come together. Our 944s have rolled out onto track. We have a quick look at the action, which is the home of horsepower here at Sandown International. Turn 1, and a good look at it there with the XLs. This is the Saloon cars last year, turn 2 and 3 and 4. They get very busy with it. Now this is the part with the home of horsepower. The big, long, back straight comes to an end. You wiggle your way down to turn 9 at Dandenong Road. That is a massive test of the brakes, as we've got 944s out on track now this weekend, being brought to us by 1-800 Lasagna. A big welcome to Joey Kellogg and the crew there. 3.1 kilometres is the lap length, and here are the first cars for the first race for the 2023 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A big welcome to Joey Kellock and the 1-800 Lasagna. He's actually out there in the field, so he won't be hearing any of the wealth of gratuitous lunging for 1-800 Lasagna food that happens with the commentary team. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is a guy that needs very little introduction to the world of motorsport. In fact, I'm just going to leave it with the James Hunt of Victorian motorsport. And how good is this to see the 944 starting to line up?
Great to be with you, Darren. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be back at Sandown. We've got 16 polished up Porsches. We've got 16 very hungry Porsche race car drivers. And of course, we've got a big void at the front of the pack this year with no reigning champion, Jamie Westerway, taking his spot on the front of the grid. So this is a real opportunity for a lot of these guys to step up. We're already seeing some great times in quali. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Where else would you rather be than round one for the start of the season?
Jack Atley, of course, is the voice you just heard, and we welcome him to the commentary booth for this weekend in the 944s. Cam Bella over Adam Brewer. Will he drag the number 3 sticker off in 6 to 8 months' time at the end of the season and be number 1? He certainly wants to be there. Verdino to Chris Lewis-Williams, 3 times championship winner. The number 74 of Mark Torbitz, the 1-800, number 77 of 1-800 Lasagna of Joey Kellock. And away we go. And talking about 1-800 Lasagna, he didn't slip on the baking tray. He absolutely sprinted away and will draw down into turn 1 into about position number 4. So they've all got away very nicely indeed. Mid-pack, 4 wide with Richard Howe smack bang in the middle of them here. The veteran loving it.
Howe, Fox, Jackman and Kennedy. Watch out for them. That's going to be really tight in the mid-pack there. But already Cameron Bella's taking a bit of a lead straight into turn 3.
Mark Verdino getting pretty racy with Chris Lewis-Williams in the Tyre Power Benalla outfit. If you're looking for a set of tyres, get up and see Chris at Tyre Power Benalla as they come out of turn 4. Verdino right out over the ripple strip. You don't want to get suckered into that. Well, it's painted blue this weekend and it's got the Blendline TV sticker on it, so you don't want to get sucker punched into that one.
Absolutely. Verdino will pick up a fair slipstream up this back straight. He's got a new engine in that car. He's qualified third and it looks like he's just dropped back a place there from Chris Lewis-Williams. But already Adam Brewer is starting to hound Cameron Bella at the front.
Joey Kellock in the number 77 is locked onto the back of them and there as well. Pete Doherty, who I don't think got out in qualifying, he's joined in the back of the field, so great to have Pete in the category here this weekend. Richard Howe got the Melbourne Performance set of stickers over the rear guard there. Those guys weaving a bit of the magic on the Porsche 944 to keep the veteran racer going. Adam Brewer now. Have a look at that. The last thing you want is that aqua car of Bella driving away from you in lap 1 of the championship. Have a look at Chris Lewis-Williams. He ranges up now into the back of Bella. Great championship, and as Jack Atley alluded to, beautifully polished up Porsches out there on the racetrack.
Absolutely. The key really with Sandown is there's not a lot of corners, so you've got to maximise the corners which are here. You want to get the drive off those corners, driving through turn 1, which those guys were doing. Looks like we've had a skid in the background, but definitely, yep, we have. We've got Vlad Kennedy off there at turn 1. Turn 1, fiddly corner with a high ripple strip.
Good to see him moving again, though. They could have drawn a yellow flag initially when he went out there. Withdrawn now, so we move on, and that's always a tricky spot there. One of the key braking or out-braking passing points on the track here, the big climb up the hill.
Yeah, for sure. You want to get the drive out of the corners here at Sandown. It's got 2 big long straights. It's a bit like a pool table, really. It's got 4 pockets, but you want to get the real drive up those long horsepower straights. So you want to maximise the corners which are there. That's the fastest one on the track. Through the S's, down into Dandenong Road, hard on the brakes, back from 5th gear, back to 3rd, and then drive it out of the corner.
Tim Wolf just in front of Mark Torbitz. Joey Kellock in front there as well. And Andy Jackman logged in behind there. So this could become a great battle. We've got a car spinning, and that is Lyndon Watson. Now, Lyndon Watson has flagged that this is going to be a push towards the championship for him this year. Not a great way to start it in the car number 5. He'll fight back, but I tell you what, he sent a pretty clear signal through the ranks in the Porsche 944s that he wants to take it right up to Cam Bella this season, and as does car number 3. He desperately wants to peel number 3 off, although he desperately wanted to put that on there last year. Now he's got it on there, but he wants that number 1 on the side of that car.
He does want that number 1 on the side of the car, Cameron Bella, no doubt about it. He knows how to win. Here's Jackman pushing hard against Torbitz. So those two have been at it for quite some time, and they know each other's game plan pretty well, those guys. So they know their strengths and they know their weaknesses. Getting back to Cam Bella, there's Richard Howe, again, driving out of that turn 4, which is so important for the back straight. Cam Bella knows how to win, he knows how to lead, and he certainly knows this racetrack really well.
Side by side up the hill here, Brewer on Chris Lewis-Williams. Discretion the best part of Valour there. I didn't think Chris Lewis-Williams was ever going to give that up. He didn't win 3 of these championships for giving up corners like this. The tyre power car goes through the number 37, albeit in P3, and at the moment Adam Brewer has just lost himself a spot in this race, but Lewis-Williams is looking like he's going to be the one to try and take the battle to Cam Bella. Cam Bella's best lap, a 1:26.38 at this point in time. And Cam Bella hasn't had it all his own way like he did a couple of seasons ago. In fact, he qualified on the front row. In fact, in first at this race meeting last year, he got race 1, and then Jamie Westaway won race 2 and race 3 for the weekend at this round last year. So Bella would be enjoying getting the nose in front, but he's certainly also thinking about looking after the Yokohama tyre, the control tyre that these cars all run on, to get right throughout this weekend's racing.
Without a doubt, and he's very, very smooth on his tyres, Cameron Bella. It's one of the key aspects which he does really, really well. He knows how to plan a race. He will absolutely be looking in his rear vision mirror there at Chris Lewis-Williams. He knows he's coming, and he knows what Chris Lewis-Williams is capable of. And in fact, Adam Brewer is no slouch as well, and he's not far behind. But Cam Bella knows how to control the race. Good to see Andrew Jackman moving up a spot there over El Presidente Mark Torbitz.
Mark Torbitz certainly would be looking to get himself some more consolidated podiums this year. He works very, very hard in and behind the scenes to keep the category pushing hard, and does a tremendous job. And he's now starting to move up a little bit more. So Mark Torbitz, he's got Richard Howe has gone through on him, it looks like, unfortunately, up the back there. And we get a good look at the field there. There's Jamie Mitchell, Andy Tudor, and we look back to Dowdy and Vlad Kennedy, who is just back off the back of the field here after he had that spin down at turn 1.
Exactly. Andy Tudor there over from Western Australia. He drives an Audi R8 over in the West Australian Championships as well, so he's used to high-speed machinery, but he loves this track, and he loves getting over for the start of the season.
And that's interesting, because I think the start of the season is at Barbagallo over there this weekend, so he's obviously chosen the Porsche 944, the way to go as far as... no!
Well, hello, this is big news. This is quite a big story in the championship already. That is the champion, former champion, 4-time champion, Cameron Bella, pulling off the racetrack.
In the lead of the race too, commandingly. He had a 4.5 second lead over Lewis-Williams, and now we see Cam Bella parking it up down at turn 2.
Wow.
This is high drama for the first race of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Racing Series and Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Cameron Bella, the favoured. There's no way we can go out. An odds-on favourite for this title has parked it up down the exit road at turn number 3.
He would be absolutely ropeable, dare I say it, Cameron Bella at the moment with that, because he saw a real opportunity here without Jamie Westaway in front of him, which is normal the case. That Cam Bella has pulled over. I know the guys had a little bit of overheating issues yesterday during practice with it being 40-degree heat, so they didn't run too much yesterday, but the heat in these cars can get pretty high. Whether he's had an overheating issue or not, I'm not sure there, but that is big news for the championship in round 1.
I tell you what's also big news, a big g'day to the guys up at Corowa watching on the live streaming. They've got a few frothies and watching Blendline on the TV. Big shout out to Wayne Shaw and the crew up at Corowa. You should be at the track, Wayne. But great to see you catching all of the season's footage at Corowa. 35 degrees, enjoying a bit of a holiday time up there on the river. So lovely to interact with people as we go throughout this year's racing. We're very, very accessible. It's $20 at the gate to come in today. And, you go pretty much everywhere. Grandstand, Red Hill is also open, pit and paddock area. So come by and join us right throughout season 2023. The Porsches are opening up. Chris Lewis-Williams is leading a race to Adam Brewer, Mark Vadino, Joey Kellock and the 1-800 Lasagna team, the sponsor for this weekend's racing in the 944s, and really enjoying the fact. And it's pretty obvious too, each and every car's got 1-800 Lasagna on it across the front. The restaurant also out there at Thornbury, so make sure you get down and see them. In fact, we've got a couple of restaurants across categories that you can choose all around Melbourne these days to get out there. The Groove Train at Eastland are also on board with Sports Sedans. So, good to see the food industry, getting back out there and about. And, of course, Pit Lane Clothing Company jumping back on board with the Porsches this year as well.
Very excited. We've got a lot of great sponsors in this category. We love our sponsors, and absolutely great to see Joey Kellogg supporting the category there as well. But I'm still in a bit of shock, as I've got to say, with what an opportunity for Chris Lewis-Williams and Adam Brewer, and even Mark Verdino and Joey Kellogg as well, to get some real good points with this situation, with both Cameron Balla and Jamie Westaway not in the field. Look at the guys, they're charging. They know this is a real good opportunity to get the season underway and get a bag of points in the bag.
So along with Porsche Cars Australia, as you can see, all the cars run the Porsche banner. It's an official program, official pathway in the Porsche pyramid of racing. You've got your club events, you've got 944 Challenge, then you go to Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, then you go to the Paynter-Dixon Carrera Cup Australia, ultimately on to Super Cup throughout Europe, and then like our very own Matty Campbell, professionally racing LMP cars and GT cars all around the world. A very, very well established pathway with Porsche, and it's great to have Porsche cars on Australia on board. 1-800 Lasagna, of course, 888 Home Loans, ABI Technology emblazoned down the side of Adam Brewer's car, and Pit Lane Clothing. Check them all out. Check them out. We've all got an encyclopedia. We've all got the internet in our hands right now, so you can look all of those things up, and you can map out where you're going to have dinner in Thornbury tonight, and on your way there you can buy some clothing on the In Pit Lane website. You can then jump on the ABI Technology and solve all of your problems. And, of course, get down to Porsche Cars Australia and tell them how much you love going racing.
Exactly. Now, speaking of, just quickly, you picked up on point there. I can let you know, we've had Hollywood A-listers in this category, mate. Eric Bana, who is a well-known actor in Australia, actually, I believe, started his racing career in 944s. You mentioned Matty Campbell. Matty Campbell now is a global superstar on the Porsche stage. So, absolutely, it is the first serious stepping stone in the Porsche pyramid. And, they're great cars to drive. I mean, any Porsche is a great car to drive without a doubt. But the thing about the 944s is the balance and the handling. They're beautifully balanced. They're bit of tight action there. They're beautifully balanced. They handle fantastically well. But you've got to keep the momentum up in these cars. That is the real key. You can't be hard on the brakes, lose too much time, and then try to pick it up through the corners. You've really got to flow the car throughout the whole circuit for the whole time. So that's the real key with what the fast guys do.
This is Blad Kennedy, Pete Doherty and Andy Tudor weighing in here, and then just catching up to them is Lyndon Watson. And he is trying to draw onto the back there after he had his spin down at turn number 9. Now, something interesting you'll notice on the broadcast today and this weekend is at the top of the timesheet is a countdown. This particular event is a timed event, and it seems to be the way to go. It's going to be a 20-minute event, and I would suggest that's going to be an 11 or 12 lap race. But I would suggest if you're going to make a play for it, make sure you're well positioned by lap 10 on this race, because we've got 8 minutes left in this race, time certain event. And I guess the real secret to that for the category is to get out there on the warm-up lap and get round of the grid and get your warm-up done, because it's an entirety for the track time of the races there. So keep an eye on that time. We can tell you it's 7 minutes and 45 seconds out over the back of the ripple strip to no gain there, but certainly pushing hard. Good to see in race number 1 for the season some drivers really pushing very hard. Chris Lewis-Williams, Adam Brewer, Mark Verdino's just lost a little bit of touch with these guys at the moment. Here comes the 77 of Joey Kellogg. Got a lot of pressure being applied by the 66 of Timmy Wolf there. And Tim Wolf, I think, harmed his run up the back straight by going right out over the back of the ripple strip at turn number 4. The Pipecraft car comes out at turn 9 now. Again,
another West Australian, Tim Wolf, over from WA, really pushing hard. He really knows that he wants to get that drive out of turn 4, because that's where you'll get the slipstream all the way up that back straight. You're hitting just on the 200 kilometre an hour mark up the back straight. He's really trying to get that feed off those corners. You can see it there as well, because he knows that he wants to get that slipstream behind Joey Kellogg.
Have a look at this. Lyndon Watson has gone through. He's made up 3 spots in the last lap here, and they're wondering what they can do to try and stick with him at the moment. The 46 there, that's Jamie Mitchell, and the 80 is Pete Doherty. So he has gone streaming on past. So he's starting to peg back some of those numbers. It's nowhere near what he wants to be. Out of this race at the moment, he's going to be bringing home 8 points. And at the moment, Chris Lewis-Williams taking the full bag of 30. So you're really putting yourself in a difficult position. When you're waving the flag going, I'm a title contender, then that's what you need to do. And he's put that behind him. No more mistakes this season out of the Lyndon Watson outfit. Watson Transport Porsche 944.
He will absolutely be gunning for some really good results this year, Lyndon Watson. He came off a great end of last year. Certainly had good results at Phillip Island around Island Magic towards the end of last year. So he knows that he's in with a real chance. There's a lot of guys that are.
Jack, now you know this guy on the yellow car, number 7, Carter Fox.
Absolutely.
New to the game this time last year.
Yep.
And I think you actually had some pretty close racing with him as well.
I think we all have, absolutely. He is a young guy, but he's a fantastic young kid, and he's a great guy. And he was learning his craft last year. I'm very interested to see what he's going to be doing this year, because he had a lot of pace and he's got a lot of speed in that car. There's no doubt about it. It's a quick car, but he was a little bit erratic. What he's really focusing on this year is just getting the solid results, and that's what he needed to learn. It takes a little bit of time. It's just a process, unfortunately, where you just can't come in all guns blazing and try to pick up the silverware. You've got to learn the process. You're competing against a guy. There's a guy in front of them, Mark Torbitz, who has been around a long time, knows the cars, knows the track, knows how to maintain position. So he will learn a great deal by sitting behind Mark Torbitz and just picking up experience.
You hit the nail on the head there. Carter Fox did have some time, a little period of time where he was a bit erratic. Some people had a word to him and said, just concentrate, bring the car smooth. You've got to get to the end of the straight before you can get the result. So this is what we're seeing now. This guy at the front knows how to win this championship, but can't wait. I'm very much the same as you, Jack. Can't wait to see what Carter Fox pulls off this year. Oh, look at this.
Wow.
Lewis-Williams sounded like he missed a gear or couldn't get a cog as he changed down one there. And Brewer had to take evasive action because it looked like Chris Lewis-Williams might have tried to go maybe from 5th to 4th as he came down across the top of the hill or something there, but Brewer had to take evasive action, that's for sure.
You could have done there. You are in top gear as you're coming cresting over the top of the hill there, but I know with Chris and I know with Cameron Bella, they do drop it down. Joey Cullop flashed up there with the fastest lap of the race, so that's a sensational performance. And we've come across the line, and it's Chris Lewis-Williams.
Chris Lewis-Williams takes the result there, and that's a good 11-lap race to start things off for the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Racing Series and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The 1-800 Lasagna, 944 Porsche, 944 Challenge has come to an end. Let's look at them as they come to the line. Brewer nearly snatched the victory down at turn number 9. Checkered flag. And we go to Verdino. Joey Kellock in the end got the fastest lap at a 125.88. Tim Wolfe next in. Jackman. Richard Howe in 6th. Mark Torbett 7th. Very closely pursued by Carter Fox. Keith Mariner, Lyndon Watson in the end back to 11th. That's not too bad after having an off early on in the race there. Peter Dowdy on the last lap got a spot over Jamie Mitchell. Then it's Andy Tudor, and unfortunately we have Cam Bella not finishing that race, only making 4 of the 11-lap journey, and confirmation that Joey Kellock in the 1-800 Lasagna car on a 125.8895. Pretty cool, hey? You sponsor the race and you get the fastest lap in it. Is that the key to success? Is it sponsor the race, get the fastest lap?
Must be. It's a sensational way to showcase your brand, there's no doubt about it. But yeah, a strong performance by the former champion, Chris Lewis-Williams. He knows that he wants to get the year off to a really good start, but also Adam Brewer building the points there. And Mark Verdino, congratulations. That's his first podium of the category. Cameron Bella, wow, he'll be certainly charging hard tomorrow. I'm looking forward to see what he can do from the back of the pack.
This is good-looking stuff here. Can't wait. The next category on track for the opening day of this championship season is the MG and invited British cars. We'll be back with those big bangers and the great smaller cars right across all capacities with the MGs. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with all of the action. Thank you very much, Jack Atley.
Pleasure. Thanks, Darren.
Welcome back to the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Great to have 888 Home Loans. You're going to hear a little bit about them right throughout this season, and great to have Cam and the crew on board with everything we are doing. Of course, the MG and invited British cars, we would certainly be absolutely nowhere if there wasn't a Triumph being push-started out of the marshalling area. But I tell you what, this is an iconic shot. Have a look at that. The Mike Roddy Jaguar cresting the hill with none other than Keith Ondiachi in the number 40 Stag. Darren Smith here, and right alongside me, Paul Vanel, who lives and breathes everything MG Racing Australia. Paul, great to have this season underway, isn't it? With a massive field of MGs, almost 30 cars.
It's great to be back for 2023. State racing's back. It's kicked off with a bang, and it's great to have a great field of MG and invited British sports cars out here. Mike Roddy back is fantastic from Sandown Historics at the end of last year in the 85 Bathurst winner on pole.
Yeah, and doing what Mike Roddy does best, and that's racing big capacity, big cylinder vehicles, and of course MG and invited British, and nothing's more invited British than the Jag in the field. And I guess there's got to be a bit of angst amongst the MG competitors that it's a Jag and it's a Stag, a Triumph on the front row.
Yeah, well, we're missing a couple of people. Phil Chester was entered in the big blue V8. We were due to see it back, but just missing a couple of small engine components this week meant that he's jumped into the MGF, and Robin Bailey is down in the pits currently fitting a fuel pump ready for tomorrow.
Okay, yep. So let's have a look. Mike Roddy, you're right alongside Keith Ondiachi in the Stag. Then we go to Lindsay Trathen, and it's Siama, Ronnie Gibb, Wood, Illingworth, Vollenbrecht, John Cox, Zwarten, Alana Ondaatje. Then we go to Phil Chester in the number 72. You'll tell him he's got the Victorian State Race Series logo emblazoned on the side of his car. Alistair Ondaatje. Then we go to Bunyan, John Cox, White, Rose, Dunford, Vollenbrecht, Dodd, and Watson. Rounding out the field is the Cowie entry. Had to whip through that pretty quickly. Bennett Signs supporting the MG and invited British cars here today. Paul, let's see how we get away from the start here. Is it going to be that MG 2 rows back with the big green stripes that comes charging up, or are we going to see a Triumph and a Jag muscle it out all the way down the straight?
You'd have to think the home horsepower, the 12 cylinders are going to go well down to turn 1, wouldn't you?
You'd like to think so, yeah. You certainly would, I agree. We're looking for the 86 of Trevor Lindsay, also in that Triumph GT6. Looks the goods. And the number 1 emblazoned on the side of Michael Trathen's car. And as always, he gets away brilliantly. And the 32 just about gets left standing in its own tyre smoke. So that little theory went right out the window. There goes the Stag. And let's hope that Keith has got... well, I don't think he would have seen turn 1 without a big MG V8 in front of him before.
No, but his eyes are probably wide as anything with a big Jag breathing down his neck.
Well, and as we look at that, it's the MG midget that just absolutely blasted away. Car number 1, Michael Trathen, and all 1,310 cc's of them. Count them, all 1,310, and he will feature as part of this top 3 or 4 cars right throughout this race and gets away. Have a look at this, a field just absolutely packed with beautiful race cars. Some of them being looked after a little bit more than others, and others being giving good racing abandon.
Absolutely. David and Goliath with Mike Trathen. And how cool is it to see a car with rego plates holding the number 1 at a state race meeting? It almost harks back to club car days and things like that, doesn't it? So fantastic to see Mike Trathen out there. Drove so well last year, having a ball this weekend.
Iconic shot right there. Can't help it. The cameras just get attracted to it, don't they? The big Jaguar there. Mike Roddy has... been, I guess you never actually own these cars. You get to have them in your possession for a little while, and then they go on to other people. But Mike has had this one for quite some time now, and an iconic car in the Australian motorsport scene. Here's a car that I guess isn't iconic, but is absolutely welcome. The big 32, Paul. What can you tell us about this car? Because this was one of the, correct me if I'm wrong, was one of the very early GT3 spec cars.
No, this is a ZT. So that particular car was probably, if you call it, the last factory race car that came out of MG. It was built to do the Silverstone 24-hour race, the Brit car race, probably most famous in this part of the world that Top Gear did many years ago, and has been brought out here by Rodney Gibb, who's from Adelaide. It was built and run by Dreadnought, which is the Dreadnought on the top of the window. 500 and something, probably north of 550 horsepower, but it's a big car. That is a big car, probably 1,500 kilos, but sequential. Being a ZT, Ford V8 under the bonnet. As we see his mate in the ZS come very close to the wall there, but great to have that car on the track.
Keith Ondaatje knows he's alive now. The 40 with the 10 right alongside. You've got to say 4 times 10 is 40, so Keith's got to be better. He's got to hang on to this, and he's doing a tremendous job. Have a listen to the V8 and the V12 just scream as they come off turn 9. The interesting thing with that 34, the ZT, is it has a V8 sound of like no other. It is just an absolutely beautiful note that comes out of the back of that car. Let's have a listen to this one. You know you're in presence of a V12 with that noise, don't you?
How good is that sound? That is fantastic. You don't even need commentary when you've got a car like that on track, I tell you. Unfortunately, John Makem, who is Mr. Bennett Signs, not here today. Feeling a bit under the weather. Thought it was better to not take onto the track. So a bit of a shame, but a big thanks for John jumping on board, sponsoring us for round 1. He's going to be out there during the year, so look out for the little red midget and hope you feel better soon, John.
Now, at this particular event last year, it was Phil Chester in that magnificent MG BGT V8 that reset the category lap record down to a 1:16.05. And Phil is in the field today, and certainly had, I guess, intimated to us all that he was going to be running the Monty Power MGB GT V8, but is in the field. Great to have him in there, and is currently, for those all watching out for Phil Chester, in the number 72, is currently 12th on the road as we get a good look down the side of the number 6 of Rose. And like many forms of motorsport, this is undoubtedly class-based style of motorsport, so engine capacities come into different bits and pieces, and there always ends up being a shakedown, and we have these races within the race.
Absolutely, and the beauty of the class is we've got, you know, classic cars like an MGB up against a modern MG ZS there, or an MGF, and then we've got a few of our invited British guys that have got everything from 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders and V8s amongst the field, or a V12 this weekend, and it just adds such a great, you know, maybe not at Sandown, the home of horsepower, but at places like Phillip Island, it creates such good racing between the guys with horsepower and the guys that can stop and turn.
Having a good look at the 78 of Gordon Bunyan there, the Triumph Spitfire, will certainly be getting some of the older gentlemen around town that might have enjoyed watching those out in the streets in the jazz scene in the 60s here in Melbourne, but certainly still a striking car is the Triumph Spitfire.
Absolutely. You see he's got the head tilted down. He's looking for every little aero gain he can down the long straight there.
And just tucked in behind the aero screen is Greg White in the MGB, the yellow MGB there. As we get a bit of a look here, there's a Triumph TR7, I think that was, coming out of turn. There it is, coming just off the bottom of the straight now. So we'll catch a good shot here. And here's another MGB GT V8, but more in the standard looking trim, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a period style race car, so it runs to the specifications it would have had to run back in the 1970s. So very underbraked, even with a little 3.5 litre V8. Very underbraked in a race like this, where you may get quite a few laps. But Mike and Danny Siama, who are also there, both those cars, just fantastic period style cars. And what you would have seen if you were watching motorsport 50 years ago, that's the kind of MG V8 that would have been out there.
Absolutely. Getting a good look here now at a couple of the other competitors. Massive rear wing on the number 96 there. Getting a good look at that rear wing is the 48 as well. So getting some good running as we go back to the lead. And there's been a lead change now. The Jag is now out in front. It's only just happened, I would suggest, down at turn 1 under brakes. We did miss that. But there's the number 1 right in there. Mike Trathen just off the back of shot now. So out of touch with the leaders, you'd have to suggest. But the Stag, just looking for a bit of clean air there. You reckon that might be a little bit of heat problems. Maybe not today, but certainly yesterday was a tough old day on some of the older equipment running around in the 35 to 37 degrees that we had here.
All of them yesterday were struggling. Most of our guys didn't bother in the afternoon. They're British cars. They're not built for that heat.
They never were. That was
built for rain.
Yeah. Danny Siama there as well now.
Yeah, Danny's doing really well. He's come into the category and absolutely having a ball. I think a massive hats off to him to be fourth under the 1 minute 30 barrier, which is pretty good for the older MGs. You know, anybody that's driven sort of historic race cars, historic sports cars, to be under 1:30 is a good little time.
48 now of Anthony Vollebrek, the MG ZR. A lot more modern iteration on well, I guess a fast hatch, a quick hatch, isn't it really?
It is, and I mean, you touched on it earlier that this is sort of what MG racing is. We've got a Triumph here, V8, rear-wheel drive, British sports car. You've got MG ZR, so modern 4-cylinder front-wheel drive hatchback. Quite a big gap in years, and then you've got an MGB taking up the rear behind them. So just a bit of everything, and even here, GT6 Triumph versus GT V8. The V8's probably starting to burn its tyres up and probably starting to run out of brakes, which is why we're seeing him start to move around a bit more, whereas the Triumph doesn't quite have the same challenges. So, yeah.
It's an absolute driven by passion, this sort of racing, isn't it, Paul? It's see a stag, and Keith is just a lovely bloke. And there's a Triumph pulling out now, the 92.
Looks like Shirley St John Cox.
Yeah, Shirley, the TR7, the V8 powered TR7 there, removing herself from competition. But yeah, this is absolute passion at motorsport at its finest, isn't it? It's look into the garage and do some work on the car, and then spend the rest of the weekend polishing it to within an inch of its life.
Absolutely. I think all motorsport has this, but we love the fact that we can get out and have a beer together. And most of the guys need it when you've been hustling an old British car around a warm Melbourne racetrack. They get pretty hot in some of these cars as well, because they're just not built for it. So you see Phil Chester there in the Vic State Race Series and promoting the Blendline live stream as well. So Phil's all about his passion for motorsport and Vic State Race. That's probably a large percentage of his downtime is put into Vic State Race and the Blendline product. So we wouldn't have what we have without some of Phil's work. So it's great to see him even promoting it, because he doesn't need to promote his own brand. He's promoting that, although I don't think he'd put that logo on the blue car, just quietly.
That's true. I think you're right. I think that stays the Monty Power car. But everything he's passionate about, MG Racing Australia, the Victorian State Race Series and Blendline TV, and of course this year 888 Home Loans right on board, and Bennett Signs are supporting the MG and invited British cars here this weekend. And Phil has got his hands full there at the moment.
Yeah, he said coming in it was going to have to be a long race against Alana in the Stag in front. She's obviously got a little bit more horsepower, being a V8. So he was going to play the long game and hope that as the race went on, he could put a bit of pressure on. But it also looks like he's got John Illingworth, who's come over from Adelaide, sporting a new livery this year. Last year was his first time racing with us. Had so much fun. He's back for more, and he's breathing down Phil's neck. Now that ZS being a V6, so we've sort of got V8, 4-cylinder, and V6 there.
Fantastic mixture, and up the road in front doing a very, very strong job is that midget, and they're evergreen. The midgets just seem to keep popping up, and they're always in the faster end of things.
Yeah, John Makem, who's our sponsors, got one. He's been around for a long time in Vic State Racing, went away for a while his kids grew up, but is back, and he's also bought another midget for his son. So next year, the two Makems will have two Bennett Signs midgets on track next year. Can't wait.
Talking about getting in the family way, Paul Vanella, have you got some things to own up to, young man?
I got a lot of things to own up to. I wouldn't do it on public record, though.
There we go. Congratulations for some things that have happened in the off-season there, as well as we have Mike Roddy leading the way, a 1:24.74. That's a pretty strong time, but not leaving Keith Ondarchi out of this, a 1:24.94. So he's only 0.2 behind in the speed stakes, albeit that he's now dropped back off the back of Mike Roddy. So the Stag is certainly capable of doing the lap times it needs to. Then we've got Lindsay in the number 86. I'm very impressed with the Triumph GT6, really doing a tremendous job being up the front there. The 66 filling our screens now, that's James Dodd, another MG ZR.
Yeah, James, another stalwart, 25 years, I think, racing in MG Racing. So one of those, these are the people that make motorsport happen. They're not out there for a trophy. They're out there to have an absolute ball. He's racing here with Trevor Dunford in the MGF. Trevor has raced a GT V8 with us, and due to a few issues, has purchased himself an MGF and is out here for his first weekend in the F. A little bit, he's hoping a little bit easier to drive than the V8, but I mean, this is what it's about. They're out there having a ball. There's not a lot around them, but they are pushing each other and having a lot of fun.
This is true, and this is actually, boy, you hit the nail on the head there. This is what it's all about with this style of racing. Although I would suggest if we had a quick chat with Mike Roddy and Keith at the moment, they would certainly be saying, no, we're actually here quite serious. We haven't come here to make up the numbers. And I would suggest the seriousness of putting together the number 10 Jaguar here this weekend would certainly be hot on the lips of Mike Roddy.
Well, Mike does tell me he intends to be at round 2 at Winton with us as well, so it'll be good to see the XJS fighting hard up there. It's great to have Mike as part of the series. I think iconic car, and Mike's an icon of state race as well. I mean, people like myself grew up watching him drive the black XJS in Mark Sportscars back in the day against the likes of Robin Bailey, who's normally out here as well. So it's so cool to see Mike in the series these days.
Paul, it's pretty cool that the entire series has been able to get 888 home loans on board this year, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I think it's fantastic to have them on board. It's fantastic to see them have some faith in the value of the Vic State Race product. I think it's given everyone a little bit of a lift that's working on the product as well, to know that they see some value in it. And I think it's probably good timing, in the current world, that it's great to have someone who you can probably put a bit of trust in to go and have a chat. If you've got a mortgage and you're a little bit concerned, go and have a chat to the team there. They're more than happy to help. Tell them you're from Vic State Race. It's probably good to have someone to lean on. I think we all talk about big bad banks and things like that, but it's great to have someone who's a passionate motorsport enthusiast that you can go and ask some honest questions to.
Yeah, and there's probably, in the last 2 decades, this is the time right now where everyone's focusing on that exact subject, aren't they? So a big welcome to Cam and the crew at 888 Home Loans. If you're an enthusiast in motorsport, at least have a conversation with the guys at 888 Home Loans about your current situation. If you're feeling uneasy, they might be able to help you out with a better product. And more often than not, some of these smaller operations can be a little bit more flexible and give you a better idea on what they can do for you as we start to move into the closing stages of the first race, the Bennett Signs MG Invited British Sports Cars race. And the Jag is now showing a very clean set of heels with Mike Roddy at the wheel, the number 40 Stag of Keith Ondaatje. And in fact, we have to go all the way back to 4th to even find an MG, something from the Morris Garage. As we have the invited British might find themselves not invited in the future.
Well, yeah, maybe. No, you got to have a Jag. If you're going to have a British sports car Jag, and Keith.
Oh, no, Keith.
I was trying not to talk about Keith because I feel like every time we talk about him, something goes wrong. So I haven't said Keith Ondaatje or Triumph Stag, but that's a shame. That's
I can't help myself. I just have to.
I know, and that's why I can leave it up to you. But the energy assist car pulls off. He will be back, unless that is catastrophic. He'll be back tomorrow. They will put hours in overnight to be there. So
there's no smoke coming out of it. That's always a good thing for me.
Just Keith's ears or his wallet.
Yes, that's exactly right. So here's our race leader, and he is soaring away at the left-hander at the top of the hill. You would say he's tortured those front tyres. The way he was, only had about 3 turns of turning in at turn 9 there, which in some classes is mandatory, but the big set of rubber that they've got on the front of this thing, there's a lot of dust up down there at turn 9 as well. I wonder if there's someone in the sand trap. As we're coming around, the last lap board was displayed last time around to this guy, and Mike Roddy returning to the game here in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series, and we have a winner for the first time in the Bennett Signs MG Invited British Cars, and it will be Mike Roddy in a Jag, as this is still getting pretty racy as we come out of turn 4. There's plenty going on. Midget diving out the side. There wasn't too sure who that was actually, Paul.
Yeah, that looked like Jeff St John Cox, Tony Vollebrett, and then it looks like Henks Waterveen making an ambitious move. It's not going to work. The ZR's definitely going to have more horsepower up the straight, but yeah, getting quite close. Got to be careful at turn 4. It's an awkward corner if you're not looking in your mirrors. Tony nearly lost the front end of his car there, but it's not over till it's over, is it,
yeah,
Darren?
It's definitely yellow flags being waved. That's a bad thing on the last lap. Oh, no, it's the 32. It's the big V8 parked up, so that has curtailed any passing down there at turn 9, a favourite for many. And
he's got back going in the background there.
So Mike Roddy takes the win over Trevor Lindsay And that's a fantastic result there. And MG onto the podium in car number 1, Mike Tratham, Danny Siama. And then we go to Wood, Gordon St. John, John Cox, the 48, which is Anthony Vollebrecht.
Hank Slaughterveen. I'll fix that one for you. I know that's a mouthful, Hank. But
well, it's good. He was
mate.
hanging it all out coming out of the last out of turn
was.
4. So good to see him getting home inside the top 10.
Alana Ondarchi and Rodney Gibb getting home for 10th in the end, despite being in the trap there at turn 9.
Johnny Lingworth then to Phil Chester home in 12th place. Good result there. Keith Ondarchi will drop a little bit further back down the field. In fact, no, he was starting to lap the field, so he didn't finish, so it won't count as a scored result there for him. Great to see the 34 getting to the line in the end, get it all rectified, and the MGZR 160. As we've got the service vehicles. Paul Vanel, thank you very much for your time, and we will catch you a couple more times again tomorrow.
Thanks very much, Daz.
Trackside here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And we have got Formula Ford coming up next, the home of, well, watch it out for the stars of the future, and certainly some veterans that are doing fantastic stuff as well. Of course, Richard Davison winning his first state title last year in the Ken Engine Formula Fords, and I think he's back for more this year. We will welcome Callum Brannigan and Paul Ziddy to the commentary booth. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Welcome back to round 1 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series here at the picturesque Sandown International Motor Raceway. It's been quite a while since we've been racing in the VSRS, all the way back to September. But it's an absolute pleasure to be back here, and thankfully it's not 40 degrees out there at the moment. My name is Callum Brannigan, and I'm joined alongside by Paul Ziddy, who is unfortunately not behind the wheel of the number 6 Jill's Pretty Special Spectrum, but this weekend he has indeed put the headphones back on, and he'll be calling all of the action for the 20-minute race 1 of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship to get the season underway. Paul, welcome.
Thank you very much, Callum. A pleasure to be back here. Always great to be at Sandown International Motor Raceway, particularly stunning weather, as you alluded to. Not too hot, not hailing, not freezing, just gorgeous conditions for motorsport. And where else would you want to be? And the spiritual home of Formula Ford in Australia, obviously back in 1969, the inaugural event in this country for the category was run here, won by Richard Knight in an Elfin 600, Australian designed and built car. I believe owned by Bibb Stillwell, another very famous name in Australian motorsport, the Stillwell family.
Yep.
Continue to be wonderful patrons of the sport, and Michael Stillwell here being DSO, and his son David seen around the country on the socials all the time volunteering as well. So a family with an enormous contribution to this sport in this country.
Continuing contributions as well, and the case of David Stillwell, if he's tuning in or if he's around the track, a big hello to David, but it's great to see him working his way through the ranks as well. And not only is this a good start for drivers coming out of go-karts, but it's also a good start for people who get involved in car clubs and want to take it just a little bit further and want to get involved in motorsport. So you'll notice that there are a lot of officials on all the corners around the track, flag marshals, fire marshals, Team Medical Australia, from a slightly different point of view. But the fact that there are so many volunteer officials out there on the track, they got their start here, usually at a club level meeting, then to a state level meeting, and then progresses on from there. But we can see on track right now, we have a healthy grid of Formula Fords making their way out onto the track, and it looks a little bit, the UV rating looks a little bit high out there at the moment, so I would say it might not be quite as grippy as they were experiencing in qualifying earlier this morning, where we had overcast conditions and slightly cooler. But it's fantastic to be back trackside watching the Formula Ford Championship, so Victorian Championship, make their way out onto the track. So we've got the grid sheet in front of us, and Paul Ziddy will read through the grid order.
Yeah, look, and a stunning pole for Jack Bussey, hailing from Gladstone in central Queensland. First state championship level race meeting for him, and put it on pole in the spectrum there, and lining up alongside him, Zach Lobko. Second row, we go back to Bailey Collins, another great performance by him, and Matt Holmes rounds out the second row.
It's great that they changed his name. He was initially entered in the grid sheet as Fraser Holmes, so he had to run into race control to get that one fixed up. Lachlan Strickland lines up in P5 alongside Harry Blanchard, starting out of P6. Joe Fawcett starting out of 7th position alongside Eddie Bezic in position 8. That is someone who's come up to speed very quickly in Formula Ford racing. And then we've got Cody Maines-Rutty and Damon Woods rounding out the top 10.
Fantastic. And then if we look at our Formula Ford 1600 grid, we have Richard Davison backing up his championship win last year, with starting in the best possible way with pole position from Grant Walker, Peter Fitzgerald and Mark Zellner make up your Formula Ford 1600 grid, or the Kent cars as we refer to them. Some wonderful onboard footage coming live on the screen at the moment of the driver working those controlled Yokohama R-Spec road radial tyres, getting them up to temperature, pressure, ready for this race to get underway. And we can see Jack leading them down to the start. I was talking, John Martin is actually fettling and engineering that car and driver combination. Most of you will know John, Victorian Formula 4 champion, Australian Formula 4 champion, runner-up in the World Endurance Championship. Also hails from the same part of the world. Asked him how he thinks Jack will be. He said, mate, he's one of the coolest cucumbers I've come across, so he'll be fine. We'll just see how he goes with starting this off pole position. But looks like we have a full grid. We'll wait for the green flag to wave at the back to indicate to the starter that the field is set. Then we'll get the 5-second board, red light on, red light off, and we will be racing for 2023 in Victorian Formula 4 Championship.
Pole position, Jack Bussey. He made his debut late last year at Phillip Island, I believe, during the Island Magic meeting, and he's alongside Zach Lobko in a CHG racing car, so it'll be on between these two as they're bouncing against the 7,000 RPM rev cut in these
red lights
Formula
on.
Fords. Oh.
And we are racing, and Jack's got himself a little bit of wheel spin there. Zach made a very good start. We'll let the officials adjudicate on that, but possibly a slightly better start than maybe legit. But and the Kent cars streaming through as well. A great start from Richard Davison,
wonderful
the head of that field.
Wonderful images provided to us here. That's an iconic shot looking straight down the barrel on the main straight here at the Sandown International Raceway. So a nice clean start. Further down in the 1600 field, it's Richard Davison who's leading the way from Grant Walker, who steps behind the wheel of his Swift. We're normally used to seeing him in the Titan, and that was a moment there for Matthew Holmes. So you can see the car was bottoming out on corner exit there on the curb. coming through the action cam out of turn 4 there. The car was bottoming out. Only a 40 mil ride height on these cars, so they're incredibly low to the ground. His seatbelts would be a little bit tighter having gone through there.
He would have been, that wall would have been looming up very, very large. And see them now filtering through the turn 9, or Dandy Road as it was always known colloquially. And just a short, sharp run into heavy braking for the complex to bring you onto the straight. Now, this Sandown, very much a circuit that the two critical corners for Sandown are the turn 12, which brings you onto the straight, and turn 4, I believe it used to be known as NGK, which takes you onto the back straight. Back straight here is actually the fastest part on the circuit, and it is slightly uphill, but the Formula Fords will be approaching 230 kilometres an hour before they lift to go over Rothmans Rise. And so you'll see them come through turn 4 here now. Wonderful images coming up on the screen. Really got to be patient. Want to make sure you get the car rotated and get back to full throttle as quickly as you possibly can there. And then just plucking gears as you run up the hill.
Zach Lobko doing a great job in the lead at the moment. He's showing at the top of the times, but he's got Bailey Collins in the slipstream just behind him, so I dare say he'll close that gap as they come down into turn 9. The League of Legends car on screen at the moment, doing a sensational job as well. So I noticed before as well that Jared Farrell, who's carrying our live onboard camera, here he is right now in the Geelong Performance Centre Spectrum. That's a wonderful part of the world down in Geelong. He's currently in 9th position, so he's made up a couple of spots from the start, and he's right in the thick of that slipstream as well. So obviously, Paul, you can touch on this a little bit more because you've got a lot of experience. I'm not throwing shade at you, but you followed other Formula Fords in the past, but the slipstream does make a dramatic difference, not only here at Sandown, but also at Phillip Island, especially in Formula Fords.
Absolutely. Any of the long, fast circuits, we don't have aerodynamic downforce, but like anything that moves through the air, we create aerodynamic drag. So if you can, and with only 135 horsepower, relatively low powered by racing standards, so you want to be any opportunity. We look like somebody has found the wall perhaps on the exit, trying to see who that is. Looks like one of the McGales rolling to a stop.
Collins in the lead now as well. So showing on our timing screen as well, it looks like race control has handed down a 5-second time penalty to Zach Lobko. So that's unfortunate for his early start in this weekend, or I should say a fast start. But Bailey Collins has made his way through with just over 16 minutes, or just under 17 minutes, I should say, in this race to go. And you can see the heat haze coming up from the track as well. It's baking hot at the moment. Thankfully, nowhere near as hot as it was yesterday, but this is a great battle ensuing for the lead of the race. And Bussy is the fastest man on track at the moment with a 1 minute 16 flat.
Yeah, he has closed the gap to young Joe Fawcett in front of him, Joe from Ballarat. We have a safety car. We have a safety car. Boards and flags are out. We'll see if we can pick up what has caused that. I would dare say it would be that white car that we saw rolling to a stop back in, I think, around, and in fact that may well...
I think it's Nick Mendez.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Maybe Nick Mendez, and yeah, we can see that parked on driver's left, very fast part of the circuit, not somewhere you'd want to be leaving a car and trying to control that under yellows. I think a wise decision from race control.
Yep.
To bring the field under control and see if they can't recover that car.
So we can see an official to the right-hand side of that car from our point of view making his way up. So he'll just check in on the driver and give him the thumbs up and make sure they're all good. And then they'll get the all clear to hop out of the car before the tow truck comes along and loads the Formula Ford onto the back of it and takes it to the pit paddock. Early indications, it's a little bit hard to see here with the heat haze in the distance there, looking about 900 metres away from where we are at the camera point. But it didn't look like there was too much damage on that car, although you can see that it looks like one of the mirrors on the right-hand side is a little bit skewiff. So we're hearing there might have been a car through the air as well, so there might have been a little bit of contact between other vehicles. We're hearing from the van, so we'll hopefully get a little bit more information as that one unfolds, but you can see the Cool Drive Commodore on the main straight ready to collect is waiting to collect the leader. So as it stands, it's Bailey Collins in the lead of the race ahead of Zach Lobko, Joe Fawcett, Bussey, Strickland, Harry Blanchard in 6th position, Mains, Rutty, Bezic and Jared Farrell and Damon Woods rounding out the top 10 in the Apex Steel Spectrum.
Yeah, and dropping to check in on the Formula Ford 1600s, we have Richard Davison holding down the lead there from Grant Walker.
So as you say, this is the spiritual home of Formula Ford racing in Australia all the way back in 1969. Seems like such a long time ago, but it's probably a good time to bring up the fact that there is a book coming out very soon, and it's about the 50 years of history and legacy of Formula Ford racing in Australia, which has been put together at the moment by Phil Marinon. He's working with publishers in the background trying to get that book ready, and he's doing the making the checks and the proofreads at the moment, and he's just giving me a quick update on it at the moment. He's got a second draft at the moment, so keep an eye out for that book because it's a brilliant read. It's got lots of photos and a huge amount of information, and the chronicling Formula Ford racing in Australia. So, and of course, it touches on the fact that the very first race, it wasn't a championship or anything at that stage. It was a demonstration race just to talk about this new formula that was coming out of Europe, and they brought it out to Australia with enormous success.
Yeah, in '69 it was a one-off race, and then that in 1970 was the first full series, and Richard Knight actually went on to win that inaugural series in the Beeb Stillwell-owned Elfin 600. And that team, I think, secured the first 3 or more of the series wins. So a well-storied team. And the good thing about the book, great reading. I encourage anyone that's a motorsport fan to pick one up and to have a read of that. But it comes back to, and we've spoken about this before, that Formula Ford has been that breeding ground of talented young drivers, but it has contributed so much more to the motor racing landscape when you think about the young engineers that got to cut their teeth and learn their trade. You look at the Australian engineering companies. We mentioned Elfin initially, but you go through through Wren. You've got, and of course today, Borland Racing Developments with the Spectrum chassis, being sold now in Europe, in North America, winning races and championships all around the world. And particularly as the carbon fibre tubs started to take over in the higher formulae, the space frame chassis nature of Formula Ford provides for that small scale manufacturer and for those engineers to be able to ply their trade without needing millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of high-tech equipment.
And just some of the names that have also got their start in Australian Formula Ford and gone on to bigger and better things behind the scenes of also getting their start with Michael Borland. So he's seen his fair share of young engineers getting their start here and making their way through. But it's good to see that there's also people like Luke Ellery out there who was a racer, was a part of the Rising Stars campaign back in the day, back in the late noughties, between 2000 and 2010. He then went on to start his own team, and he's running a successful factory out in the Gippsland region, and doing a beautiful job restoring classic and modern Formula Fords as well. So it just caters for so many people to get their start. Yours truly included, getting a commentary start with Formula Ford way back when, about 16 years ago. Yeah, absolutely. And then that's the other side to it as well. Whether it's people that go on to be officials or administrators in the sport, definitely the journalists, yourself. Yeah, you've got our V8 sleuth in, and you've also got Mark Walker, and we've got just a host of the brightest talent in the Australian motorsport journalism that cut their teeth again in Formula Ford, quite often working for David Siegel's Media and Communication Services, who held the PR contracts for Formula Ford for a good number of years as well. Especially through those Margaret Hardy days as well, and she did so much to contribute to the sport, gave so much to the young men and women who made their way through Formula Ford racing as well. Over the off-season for the VSRS, Victorian State Race Series Inc. Sorry, tongue-tied there. Signing 888 Home Loans as a category partner as well, the corporate partner jumping on board for a multi-year deal. to support grassroots motorsport. So it's great to have them on board this weekend. Just putting your VSRS hat on at the moment.
Absolutely, and yeah, chairing the VSRS Incorporated has been something I've been proud to be able to do and contribute, and I thank the clubs and the executive for the support they give me and the trust they place in me to chair that organisation. And we welcome 888 Home Loans. It's fantastic to have them aboard. Our first commercial partner for the endeavour that we have here. Helps to ensure we can bring you these fantastic pictures and keep doing that. We're hoping to leverage that, grow those commercial arrangements that we have, so that we can provide better value to, at the end of the day, the men, women, boys, girls that go out here and enjoy racing their cars, put on amazing spectacle. They're the customer base, and we want to make sure we deliver value and quality product for them to enjoy their racing cars in. Much and all as we love to watch them go racing, we're all in this together. So the partnerships we have with CAM and 888 Home Loans goes a long way to helping us ensure that we provide a world-class product.
Big thank you to Cam McKinnon and the team for jumping on board. I haven't seen him this weekend, but I'll keep an eye out for him in the paddock and try and say hello at some stage. So just under 8 minutes left in this session, and it was a rather pragmatic decision as well to go to timed races and sessions for the competitive races in season 2023.
Indeed. Look, we look around the country, and different states have done different things, and we're parochial. We love motorsport here in Victoria. We're very proud of the promoting clubs and the organising committees that bring us this racing. I think we have the best state racing anywhere in the country. But that's not to say you rest on your laurels and assume that it's always right. So we've noted that other states have been running to a timed format, and having experienced that as a competitor as well, it looks to be something that works. And we had some forums where we met with the drivers. Looks like we have got a race restart about to happen.
I think the Cool Drive safety car has cleared, making Bailey Collins the effective safety car. So
we're coming down for a restart.
He'll be controlling the field. He's got Zach Lobko just behind him, Joe Fawcett in third position, Jack Bussey and Lachlan Strickland rounding out the top five, and he's pulled the trigger and he's underway.
Yep, it's again that long run down to turn one. You're really... leading's not really where you ideally want to be, punching the hole in the air for the others behind you to swamp you, but he's done a great job to maintain the lead through turn one. A great restart for young Bailey, controlled it very well.
It's also these next few corners and essentially the first two sectors of this lap that is crucial. The tyres will be just a little bit below their optimal temperatures, but it won't take too long for them to get back up to temperature and pressure. You can see them coming over that curve on driver's right-hand side. That's a spectacular shot. Here comes Richard Davison, keeping it nice and clean as per usual, doing a great job leading the 1600 category at the moment, ahead of Grant Walker, who's still doing a great job in that beautifully presented Swift. Look how close they are coming over turn 6. Fast sweeping right-hander, deep under brakes coming up to turn 9. Bailey Collins holds it together. He's still ahead of Zach Lobko.
And that was brilliant driving by Bailey. For those, the TV doesn't quite do it justice. That's 230 k's approaching that corner. The car gets incredibly light and is dancing around. So Bailey showed a really cool head to hold on there.
So this is a great battle as well. You can see the Geelong Performance Centre car of Jared Farrell. He's trying to pull out of the slipstream, so he's drawing alongside. Here is an onboard shot. So this is a prime example of exactly what they see as they come hurtling down towards turn 1, about 225, 230 kilometres per hour. But around the outside, it looks like he'll take that position away from Mains Rutty. So that's a great effort from him as they go into turn 2. And there's Damon Woods as well looming in the background.
And we saw the last lap board there, so it'll be the slipstream battle up the back straight. Sheep stations to play for here, and that was just fabulous footage, watching those two young guys race through turn 1 and give each other the room, which just shows the quality of the field and the quality of the racing that you get here.
Look how incredibly close it is between the two leaders. So that's Collins. He's a little bit more under control as he comes through turn 6 this time around. Deep. Look, they're using as much road, and there's Collins. He's got it crossed up, and he's rotated the car, and he's in the kitty litter at turn 9. So that's Bailey Collins out of the race.
Didn't quite see the start to that to see how that all unfolded, whether he just simply in there a little hot on his own or what else, but we'll no doubt hear about that.
That looked like Joe Forster, but here comes the checkered flag. So it's Zach Lobko who will cross the line first of the rest of them, and it's Lachlan Strickland up into P2 ahead of the pole setter Jack Bussey. Eddie Bezic in 4th position and Harry Blanchard rounding out the top 5. So that was a bit of a frantic finish there, with race control electing to wave the checkered flag. But there you can see he was the race leader coming into turn 9, and it ends in the sand trap, and he looks a little bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, he'll be gutted, no doubt. We will find out what happened there. Bearing in mind Zach Lobko had that 5-second penalty to be served, which, looking on the screen at the moment, by virtue of them being backed up, will probably drop him down to somewhere around 9th or 10th position, I should imagine, but we will see. So that'll be a win for Strickland by the looks of it, according to our timing monitors here, and
all provisional, of course.
All very provisional. Second for Jack Bussey, and Eddie Beswick will round out your top 3 for your podium.
And also it's a shout out to Richard Davison down there in the 1600 class, once again showing his experience in that Van Diemen RF 95 in that Wins livery. A beautifully presented car. He's the defending Victorian champion as well, and he will be adding yet another grandchild to the Davison growing family legacy as well. So it's a congratulations to Will Davison and Rihanna Keenan.
Indeed, and well done Peter Fitzgerald. Managed to find a way past Grant Walker on the last lap, showing in 2nd, Grant Walker in 3rd, and Mark Zollner rounding out the field of Formula Ford 1600. Great action. I'll try and find out some gossip around what happened in that frantic last lap, and have that for you when we rejoin here tomorrow morning for race 2, Formula Ford action.
So it's a big thank you to Paul Ziddy for joining us up here in the commentary box. Keep an eye out for him in the paddock. You can't miss him. He's wearing a bucket hat this weekend, looking very smart and staying sun smart as well, because you can see just how warm it is out there in the sunshine. So coming up next, we have got the Saloon cars for their opening 20-minute race of the weekend, and we will have Dan McCarthy, who has returned to the commentary box here at Sandown Motor Raceway, and he'll be alongside Darren Smith. So we'll take a break up here in the commentary box, and we'll be back in a few moments.
Welcome back trackside here. Darren Smith now with Dan McCarthy, who we have heard through the last few seasons here on the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series and Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Dan, welcome back. You've been well travelled over the Christmas break, to and from home in Adelaide numerous times, and made your way back to Sandown for this round 1 of the 888 Home Loans State Series.
Yeah, couldn't stay away. Had to come back and commentate alongside you once again at the first round here at Sandown. Looking forward to this one. Saloon Cars produced some fantastic racing last year, and it looks like it's going to be much the same again this year.
It really is the category that is great Aussie fare, isn't it? It's gone now, the Ford versus Holden rivalry that we enjoyed not only in the showrooms but on the racetrack for so many years. It's gone right at the top end of touring car racing, or whatever you want to call that sort of racing as these days, but certainly it lives on very, very well here in the Victorian Saloon Car Championships, and it really does hark to a very much an Aussie era of racing. Last year at this particular event, it was pretty much a benefit for Sean Jamieson in the Morford Vale Garage car, and it looks to be a pretty good run at the moment, because P1 on the grid has car 1, but to be announced is the name next to it. Sean Jamieson is, of course, that guy. He took a clean sweep here last year, and we will, I guess, stand by to see what happens in that respect.
Didn't just win all 3 in the first round last year, he won all 6 2 rounds here last year at Sandown, 2 rounds again this year, but yeah, winning all 3 in both rounds, so winning all 6 races here last year and 13 of the 15 in total last year, a truly dominant season.
Well, he was only eclipsed by Ben Schutz in the Sportscars in the Sin for something. Yeah, he clean swept 500 points out of every race he started, he won, and Sean Jamieson was the next one behind. Saloon Cars for a long time via the Dial Before You Dig series was a national series, national championship, which ran along with the Shannon's Nationals for a long time, very, very successfully. No longer, or at the moment, not a national series, but the cars have turned out brilliantly. They always look very, very good. They're not all smashed up and looking like some sort of controlled racing can do. We're just looking at the cars that we can see in the marshalling area. The 2 Sedan Hotel Team cars out of South Australia. You'd have to suggest the South Australians have got the game on a string, because not only is Sean Jamieson in the Commodore, but it's the Falcon right opposite as well in Brad Vaughan. So both makes that are in the category and from interstate. So it really does throw down the challenge to the Victorian competitors to lift and try and run with these 2 South Australians.
Absolutely, and it's nice to see a Holden in red and a Ford in blue as well, easily distinguishable there, but yeah, as you say, should be some interesting competition this year. Prestipino did several rounds last year, and when he was on the grid, he was mighty fast, so good to see him out here for round number 1. That's car number 99, the green and black one, coming from the 3rd row in this one. But yeah, nice to see a mixture of Holden and Ford up the front. Last year, so much dominated by Holden, but it looks a bit more equal early on this season.
And the way we've got the grid lined up too, it is on the driver's left is the Holdens, and on driver's right is the Fords. So the first 3 rows will line up in brand order on either side of the grid. Great to see Daniel Johnson. He was the one in the Fords last year that really took up the fight and waved the FOMO-Co flag pretty heavily, and fantastic to see Daniel jumping right back on board with the category. He will be starting out of the 2nd row of the grid, and it's Adam Lowndes that is out there as well.
As you say, yeah, it's the way that the Holdens are on one side of the grid and the Fords the other. I remember back to the Australian Grand Prix when Supercars had non-championship rounds there. That's the way they gridded up, if I recall correctly. The Fords are on one side of the grid and the Holdens the other, so it sort of harps back to that almost. So yeah, looking forward to this. Should be a good first encounter. So pole position, as we say, Jamieson from South Australia, and alongside him, a familiar name in Brad Vaughan, Super 3 Series winner, won that on his home streets of Adelaide, the Adelaide 500 last year, and he's stepping up to Super 2 this year with a team called Tickford Racing.
Certainly has, and that's really cool to see. There's Kevin Stoopman also in the mix. Kev has been running in the sports sedans in the Mitsubishi and also here in the Saloon Cars. The category's had a lot more success on than he has in improved production over the years. Some good support from interstate, as I mentioned, our front 2 in Jamieson and Vaughan, but James Jeske is around over here for this weekend, and David Lyons also from SA of note there as well. Andrew McLeod making his debut in the category in the AU Falcon, and he has moved over from his trusty HQ. So a big welcome to Andrew McLeod. He'll be starting out of position at number 9, and in the trophy class we've got a newcomer there as well in Justin Shembry making his debut in the category in the red VN. So Justin Shembry starting out of position 14. The very popular and very competitive Pensioners Cup this weekend, brought to us by the Excalibur Screw Bolts, has got David Lyons, Rob Knight and Jeffo Thomas. Jeffy, of course, part-time commentator up in the commentary booth. Glenn Campbell unable to make this round, but certainly some great racing we'll see. And those cars, 24, 28 and 22 respectively. Jeff 15th off the essentially off the back of the grid. So there he is right there. Jeff always turns out a beautiful looking Falcon. So great to see Jeff Thomas out there as well. And whilst we are just touching back on some of the older race car drivers going around, and full respect to them all because often they are some of the fastest cars at the track. It's a bit of a mention to Peter Fitzgerald, who's had a major operation a week ago and is recovering, and Brian Sampson is also recuperating at home after a serious blood poisoning issue. Sambo's been in the Alfred but has gone home and is having some rehab in Caulfield. And a big shout out to our old mate who raced in club cars, Dennis Gallagher, who's also had his troubled times with the Big C over the last little while, but was trying to make it to the track today. But a big shout out to you, OT. Great to see Dennis Gallagher and a couple of stalwarts of Victorian and Australian motorsport in Peter Fitzgerald and Brian Sampson looking to get on the repair. So a big shout out, and we'll also link that in with the Pensioners Cup lining up on the grid.
You talk about the Pensioners Cup, one of the contenders in that, David Lyons, car number 24. I saw his car on the trailer just prior to this race, and I was looking at the grid, and I'm not sure he is out there for this one. So he might be one car down, car number 24 in the Pensioners Cup before race number 1, unfortunately.
The biggest problem with being a race commentator is that there's other race commentators around the country watching on Blendline, and a big shout out to Gary O'Brien, who is weighing in on the facts as he likes to do. The Vaughan Falcon is an ex-Chris Walton car out of WA and is owned by Jamo, who's in pole position. So Jamo's got the two cars on the front row of the grid. The flag is waved. We've got the South Australians on the front row. Lowndes and Johnson, Prestapino, Stoopman, McSwain, Tonks, McLeod, Knight, Lyons, Jeske, Tate, Shembry, a big hole, Thomas and Harris. Round out the grid and away we go. Lowndes gets away nicely from the second row. Tonks gets a ripper away in that white Commodore. The VR just picking the side here off the back of the shot. But Lowndes looks right up the inside there as they crowd over to the driver's left, and that's where the pole position comes into great advantage. Have a look at Vaughan sweeping out. He is going to get the speed off the back, and the bonnet goes up. And that is on the 34 of Andrew McSwain, and he's got a fair enough gap under that where he'll be just ducking the head under there to have a look here. Let's hope he hasn't smacked the screen up at all, but certainly continuing on like it hasn't even happened. I wonder if he's even noticed that it is there. He'll notice it now because the sun won't be shining in so much as he goes up the back straight.
Well, that's certainly an interesting start, and no doubt the fault of that is simply not putting the bonnet down before the start of the race. You can see flying along the back straight, trying to stay out of the toe or anything, trying to see as much as he possibly can. We've got a slow car on the inside. That's Prestapino.
And I tell you what, the 34, he's looking for a big breakdown into turn 9. That's going to come slamming down and close for the race. But it's got a decent old bend in it now, so he will be expected into pit lane. You would have to expect the first time through to try and rectify that. Kevin Stoopman's got away to a ripping start now. He's right on the back of Daniel Lyons. Up the inside, Vaughan on the car owner as the red and the blue car, the Commodore and the Foul Can, go out there, and Adam Lowndes in the Pro Plum car drives right alongside there as well. So we've got Holden, Ford, Holden, but for how long are we going to go Holden? Looks like we already have the 19. The Pro Plum car of Adam Lowndes goes through, but only just. The Falcon with the bonnet over the front. The 34 of Andrew McSwain continues. It's a brave move. You're going to get the wrath of race control coming around for another lap with your bonnet up.
Nicely stuck around the outside there, Vaughan, and managed to hold second position, so nicely done. What he tried to do was get the cutback, get the inside run out of the final corner, and his teammate Jamison blocked that off, slowed the car down mid-corner, and Vaughan couldn't get the run down the pit straight, and that's what allowed Lowndes to get the great run and pull alongside. But yes, nicely held there by Vaughan, and now he'll set his sights back on the man in front. Half a second the margin as we are on lap number 2. Bit of smoke there over the crest there for Jamison, but doesn't look like anything. I think maybe just a slight lock-up maybe.
May have even been a bit of tyre rubbing or something going across there as the car lurches across the top of the hill here. Kevin Stoopman on a return to the category, raced HQs, raced just about everything with a lid on it these days, Kev, and he is returning to the category. He's got Daniel Johnson, the president of the Saloon cars. He has got the fastest Falcon, albeit Brad Vaughan's car out in front, but certainly in season 2022, it was Daniel Johnson in the yellow and black Team Johnson Racing car.
He's actually having a go at Lowndes here down the pit straight. He's going to the outside. So nicely blocked off there, Lowndes, as we head into turn number 1. Lowndes runs a bit wide on the exit, and here comes Stoopman. He's going to possibly pounce on both of them as we see him go into the chicane turns 2 and 3. It's Lowndes that holds on. Good battle for third position, this one. I thought it would be based on the qualifying results. These guys were only separated by a couple of tenths of a second, and we've seen in the race already that these three are evenly matched. And look, still with the bonnet up in 6th position, McSwain is still going.
He's still going, and there hasn't been any gesticulation from the officials at this point in time saying you've got to come it in. So normally you'd see a meatball flag or something held out for that, but they're letting him go on. Of course, a big reminder, the tickets are still available today and for tomorrow here at the racetrack. There is no better way than coming to the track and getting it live in all dimensions. Certainly the live streaming that is being done by the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships these days is second to none on the Blendline TV network, but it really is the best. It is one of those sports, the best seat in the house is actually at the venue, at the track, and enjoying all of that goes on. And watching a category like this that has just such great camaraderie, the field is so open and they all know what each other's doing and they all help each other. Looks like Jeffy Thomas going to have a lunge for a spot in the Pensioners Cup, the Excalibur Screwbolts Pensioners Cup, the 91. Just holding him up, that's James Jeske out of South Australia, enjoying the saloon car racing. As I was touching on, relatively low fuss and relatively low budget. If you're looking to get into tin top style of racing, saloon cars is a very happy home for all of these competitors, and we see the field grow to over 25 sometimes. We did initially have somewhat 21 cars entered here this weekend. We've had a few withdraw and drop out, but there's a couple in the pits at the moment, McSwain, Prestipino and Knight, but certainly a fantastic category, and it's always hotly contested in those couple of different segments to the race. Jeff Thomas now.
Jeff Thomas you mentioned there, and you mentioned the Pensioners Cup once more. Well, his two competitors in the Pensioners Cup are out already. Knight in number 28 and Lyons in 24 are both in the lane, not completing a single lap. So Pensioners Cup's got off to a great start.
He has, talking it up, and the guys have withdrawn from race number 1 for the series so far. Daniel Johnson fills the screen in the number 35, and he is still waving the flag heavily for the Victorians in the Fords. Brad Vaughan up the front now in position number 2. You'd have to say an unassailable lead at the moment out in front. Jamieson by 2.7 to Vaughan by 7.5 back to Lowndes. There goes Brad Vaughan into turn 1, and here comes Adam Lowndes now. So you'd have to say, unless something goes wrong with those two cars in front, or these three stop fighting and start working with each other, and we might actually see that. We might actually see the race will. These three will start to just use each other, because as a threesome they're going to be faster line astern with each other than battling it out.
I just saw missing from the shot is our man McSwain with the bonnet, so he has come in and they are going to put that bonnet down, fix it, and hopefully send him back out to get some points, because the points go down to 20th position, and when there's only 11 out there at the moment, you can get some very solid points just for finishing. Yeah,
certainly 11th place will drag you home 12 points, 30 points on offer for Jamieson, and certainly 11 points come the end of the season when you win the championship by just that one. Those 11 points are vital, aren't they?
Absolutely, absolutely they are. We can see now Lowndes just starting to gap the two Falcons behind. Johnson's got the headlights on, but unfortunately not close enough to distract Lowndes in any way. It's quickly becoming a battle for 4th rather than a battle for 3rd. The Falcons, though, will want to try and stop that. We're around about halfway through the race now, a 20-minute race from when they head out onto the racetrack. So, yeah.
That is the warm-up lap as they leave the marshalling area. It's a system, as we heard Paul Ziddy covering, who is the chairman of the committee that runs this entire championship. It was numerous different methods of getting the race meeting to run on time were looked at, and we landed this one for this weekend as a bit of a trial period.
I think it's quite a fair way of doing it, because if a category has lots of safety cars, things like that, you're going to affect the categories after you that are going to have to be shortened, whereas this way it's your category. If you have lots of safety cars and lots of incidents, it's you that will be affected with the green flag running.
Because I tell you what, some of these camera shots when the cars go 2 wheels out over the ripple strips and they're coming at you, it's like, wow, they're coming through the screen at you to get out there. Great to see the amount of people over on Red Hill and in the spectator area. It's really cool to see people starting. Last year the doors were open after that horrible period of 2.5 years with the COVID bug, and we're back into it now, and really good to see everyone so keen to get back into it. And it's almost fence to fence. Everyone in race control's keen. Everyone trackside, the flaggies, all the competitors, even the commentary team are jumping out of our skins to get back into it.
It really showed how much everybody loves, and the passion for motorsport really came out of those 2 years when we couldn't go to events every other week. We really noticed, and it's made our love for motorsport, if anything, even stronger.
Absolutely agree with you, Dan. It was certainly there was some times there which were not really nice for a lot of people around many industries, not just the Victorian motor racing scene, but it's certainly testament to it. And this is a tremendous and growing product. That's why we're seeing 888 home loans and the categories having such really good sponsors jump on board, the exposure that they can get. And often, they're directors of companies that are in the field, but they see the value with the proposition that the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships holds.
And we see that Blendline are continuing to deliver and improve their product as well. We're seeing now the camera on the wall on the outside of turn number 4, which we saw at the VHRR meeting late last year make its debut with Blendline, and they've continued and brought it back for this weekend, which is awesome to see. As we can see a bit of lap traffic, that's Shenby being lapped in the old Commodore there. But yeah, as we say, just finishing at the moment in this race will get you very solid points. Vaughan pushing, using all the road on the outside of the final corner. But at this stage, his teammate Jamison, the reigning champion, is just extending that lead a couple of tenths every single lap. And yeah, we now see the margin is over 3 seconds for the first time. And Jamison extended that margin by a further 0.2 of a second that time around.
Dan just touched on Justin Shembry, who's brand new to the category in the VN Commodore there, so an older car, obviously an older car, the first of the V series of the larger wheelbase cars as they came out in the Holden range. But he's certainly starting to get a feel of the actual pace at the front of the field now as we've gone 7 laps in and the leaders are coming around on him. This will be quite exciting times for Justin Shembry in the red VN, as seeing some of the leaders come through and scratching his head going, wow, there's a fair old gap between the old VN and the front runners. But some of these, rest assured, Justin, some of these front runners have been doing this for a very, very long time, and they've often got the game on a string. Here's the number 5 now, coming down, Peter Tonks, magnificently prepared race car, and always great to see Pete at the track. We did a bit of a interview and expose on him at Winton last year, and he's one of those guys that goes to the racetrack for all the right reasons, comes to be with his mates, race against his mates, beat his mates. He was pretty emphatic in saying you've got to beat them, and then having some fun, with the comrades around the track. And
then another well-presented car, of course, the green-eyed tribute, or green-eyed monster tribute livery there on the take car. But this battle for 4th position is intensifying, as we can see Stoopman all over the back of Johnson, and he's even pulling out down pit straight, something I imagine they were doing a lot yesterday, trying to find clean air. It was so hot yesterday, nearly 40 degrees here at Sandown. A lot cooler today, nearly, I think it's 23 degrees at the moment, so it's almost a completely new day. Any information you learnt yesterday is going to be almost useless today.
Kevin Stoopman proving his years of racing and his experience. He's doing a ripping job out there at the moment, and at the moment Daniel Johnson will be looking in the right mirror, the left mirror, the middle mirror, and it'll be he's there, he's here, he's there, he's everywhere, he's all over me. And Kevin Stoopman, a fearsome competitor in every category that he's ever raced in, and he is using every single trick in the book at the moment to try and get his attention away from the road in front. But at the moment Daniel Johnson appears to just have eyes for Adam Lowndes and the road in front. He's not really being intimidated by Kevin Stoopman's left and right and here and there movements on the track.
No, Stoopman actually said his fastest lap of the race on the previous lap of 1:25.8, which is a couple of tenths faster than the man in front of him. And actually Johnson was half a second faster than Lowndes. So these three are once again coming back together with just a few laps remaining. So it's once again becoming... Oh, Stoopman stepping out sideways as he puts the power down, exiting the final turn. No doubt he's trying. And yeah, on the previous lap, just looking on my screen, or on the lap timing in front, Jamison, a 1:28 on that last lap. He's lost 3.2 seconds on that lap alone to Vaughan behind. So not quite sure what happened on that last lap. There's no lap traffic around him. So not sure where the margin has gone. I'm just looking to the back straight to see if he's got any issues. But yeah, Jamieson losing 3.2 seconds on that lap alone. And that's the first lap that Vaughan's taken any margin out of him, let alone 3.2 seconds. If you see them head down the back straight, looks like it's settled down, looks like it's still 2.5 seconds, so I expect just a mistake and unforced error there for Jamieson out front.
I do like your ambition there, Dan, is that settled down in a saloon car race. I'm not sure that occurs. We might have to wait until Monday for the world to settle down after the 888 Home Loans Round 1 Victorian State Racing Series, but certainly it's in a settled down state for the moment that you set it in. I tell you what though, I got to reiterate what you said earlier. That turn 4 camera off the back of the wall there, just about put your arms up. You think the car's coming out of the corner at the camera, and great car control of all categories, because we've seen every category, at least one car putting all 4 wheels over the back there. And of course that's why they put a camera there, but There's no man holding it. It's an automated remote camera setup. Last lap board being displayed to the field. And, oh no, is that Lowndes?
It is Lowndes from 3rd position. And he was, just beginning. These two Falcons were just closing in on him. But he's dropped out of the podium position on the penultimate lap of the race. What a shame.
Well, what it does is it gives Daniel Johnson's charge at the title some impotence, that's for sure. Have a look at Stoopman. He is using every single trick in the book, trying to range up the inside, throw the dummy there as well. He's the best part of two car lengths behind Daniel Johnson at the moment. He's behaving like someone who's right on the rear bumper, and this is how Kev does it. He just likes to employ every single trick in the book, and has done very successfully over an extended period of time. A great race car driver, very entertaining to watch. This guy out in front takes great and entertaining to a whole new level. Car number 1, the Sedan Hotel racer from South Australia, Sean Jamieson, doing a brilliant job, and he owns the 2 cars that are 1st and 2nd on the road at the moment, so he gets a win either way, really, doesn't he?
Absolutely, as we see him around the final corner. 13 out of 15 wins last year. This one's got off to a mighty fine start as well. Victory for the reigning champion, Sean Jamieson, in race number 1 of the Victorian Saloon Car Championships for 2023. As we see the 2 Falcons come along for 3rd position. So it was actually Falcons 2, 3 and 4 in the end today. So that's what they are. That's very good for the Blue Oval after what was a very tough year for them last year. And we can see the 5th place car, McLeod, number 82, another Falcon. So yes, very good start for the Blue Ovals, except for the big W, the win that went to Holden's Sean Jamieson. And South Australians coming in, invading the Victorian Championship with a 1-2 win, 1-2 victory as well.
Which we always enjoy, because although it is the Victorian Championship, it's open to all comers. You can come from anywhere you want to and enjoy some racing here at the very, very well run and won Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and it is testament to how the Victorian State Race Series Incorporated run their events, with 888 Home Loans jumping on board as a sponsor for the series. And we see the newcomer just heading to the infield there as well, having a terrific time and really cementing a place. Here comes Peter Tonks in that magnificent number 5. Really get down and have a look at his race car. Great looking race car inside and out, and you can really get a good look at a well-presented race car. Coming up on track next is the Field of Multitudes, a massive field of XLs will be joining us on track. Just before we do so, here's a replay into the gravel at turn 9 on the last lap. Drives through it, keep into it, goes around, and bunny hops it back on over the ripple strip. Good bit of driving there by Tate. As I said, we will be going to the XLs, and they will be on track in a very, very short time. Dan McCarthy will remain in the commentary booth here. Dan, thanks for that call on the saloon cars. We've opened the account for them this season, and I reckon it's going to be a great season for saloon cars right throughout this series. XL's up next, and Steve DeVries will be on deck with Dan McCarthy. Back in a moment.
Porsche 944 Challenge always offers great racing, but great personalities as well. And Joey Callock is a recent addition thanks to his support through 1-800 Lasagna this weekend. Joey, welcome.
Thanks so much, Callum. Glad to be here.
Tell us a little bit about the story behind 1-800 Lasagna.
In a nutshell, it started with leftovers from a friend's dinner party I catered for, turned into a global sensation. Now we got a little restaurant out in Thornbury and racing a 100 Lasagna car. Long way from the 91 Barina with the light on top, I'll tell you that much.
So how did you get involved in Porsche 944s? What brought you to this category?
Look, I bought a GR Yaris last year and I had a lot of fun. I've always been passionate about motorsport and had some fast cars and stuff, but never done any track time, apart from when I wagged school, went go-karting for half a year. But did some track days. Always had a passion for Porsches. 944 was my first ever Matchbox car. Just sort of found Cameron and Andy Bella and did a test and found out that I was competitive enough to give it a go and just jumped into it. Did a race with them last year in their car and then bought my car, which is up the back there. And done a couple last year and this is the first one for the year. I'm very excited. Going to do the whole season. Yep.
We very much look forward to having Joey Callock along for the season 2023. Keep an eye out for that 1-800 Lasagna Porsche 944.
Welcome back to the opening day of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for 2023. First race of the Hyundai XLs. We can see them heading out to the grid. Looking forward to this one. Alongside me for this one is Steve DeFries. Welcome, your first call for the year.
Absolutely, first call for the year. And I'll tell you what, Dan McCarthy, when I got up this morning, I looked at the sky and I saw grey and I thought we are going to be in for a dead set shocker. And look at what we got now. We've got beautiful sunshine. But here's an example of just what happens in XL racing. All the heavy hitting zones, turn 1, turn 3 and turn 4. These are all the action zones around here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. Then up the top to turn 6. Here it is in Formula V, but at every category you look at, it's where action happens. Passing, people going off the circuit, and then down to the last corner. There's always a fight going on right into the last chicane. So Sandown International Motor Raceway, 3.1 kilometres of bumpy tarmac, and as the sun continues to shine here, the track temperature starts to go up. So maybe some of that hot weather running yesterday may not necessarily have been in vain for a number of categories, including, of course, the Trick Trailers Hyundai XLs.
Yeah, certainly a bit of sharpness out there in the sun, isn't there? You can really feel the UV on your skin, so make sure you stay sun smart if you are around the circuit. Quite an eventful qualifying session, quite close up the pointy end of the field. For much of it, it was Faulkner on pole position in car number 46, Peter Faulkner, but he was pipped late on in the last minute by not one but two competitors. So the grid now is Kobe Williams in car number 994 from pole position. That car's for sale. You'll see on the side of the car when we get a good side shot. Yeah, that car is for sale. He's ahead of 46 Faulkner, so that's a little change there from what I saw at the end of that session. So yeah, number 46 is position number 2, and Ambrose position number 3 in car number 194. Tompkins number 33 out of position 4. Carpenter in 111 from 5th. Ryan Phillips from 6th. Lodge out of 7. Nash in 8. Merrifield 9. And Kay in position number 10.
It's a bit of a bit different looking field compared to what we saw last year. There's a number of drivers that are missing. So Ethan Griggold, one of the very quick drivers from last year, he's not out there for the first round of the season. There's about 3 or 4 others. I think the list is going down. You had it on the top of your tongue at the beginning of the day.
Hugo Simpson. Reigning champion. Griggold, who was second in the championship, and then also the man who won all 3 races at Island Magic late last year, Waghorn, also not on the entry list. So I do have a full list of who's not there, but yeah, a majority of the front runners are not there. There's a couple of people of note. It's not like it's a bad field. We should explain that. It's still a very, very good quality field. It's just missing a couple of the front runners from last year. I mean, Nash took his first pole position at that Island Magic meeting at Phillip Island late last year, the sort of non-championship round, so he's certainly one to watch for in the grey and green machine from position number 8.
Yeah, you're spot on there. Doesn't deplete the quality of the field whatsoever. It just means that we're going to get to see a few different faces up the front this year. So we can still see Cadell Ambrose. We've got Charlie Nash sort of in the front top 2 or 3 rows, and then we've got Ryan Phillips and Harry Tompkins. They're going to feature as well, but you can see here already we've got Kobe Williams, Peter Faulkner on the front row of the grid. It's going to give these guys a bit of a chance to understand what it's like to be at the competitive end of the field, and then who else behind them can latch onto that leading group of cars and see if they can feature down the line. We want to see all of that. We want to see exactly how this is going to unfold over the next 15 to 16 minutes.
Very much a almost changing of the guard. We can see unfolding in front of our eyes the top guys moving on to other things, and the new bunch, the young bunch coming through, and they're really going to show us what they're made of this year. One thing that really stood out to me at Island Magic was good, clean Excel racing from these guys at the front of this field here today.
Absolutely. 5-second board goes out at the tower on the left-hand side of your shot there. So drivers are now under starters' orders, and it's all about power to the ground, and these front-wheel drive cars with the Federal tyres all around. And away we go. Very, very smart start from the front 2 pair. They get away very evenly, very minimal wheel spin. So they've obviously figured out how to get them off the line and keep the momentum going. Momentum critical in these Hyundai Excels. Front wheel drive cars, obviously with the front engine in the car as well. So if you get your start wrong, it just goes into wheel spin and it goes nowhere. 3 wide now on the approach into turn number 1. Is Williams going to pop out the other side? The pole sitter hangs on just for the moment with Faulkner under attack from the number 33, Harry Tompkins. That familiar red, white and yellow battery stop machine now cuts sway and picks up a position here at turns 2 and 3. Holding it through P4 as the field streams through single file. Open over the ripple strip for a couple of them as they control their cornering speeds and head up the back straight for the first time.
How good's that shot? The cars just keep on coming, don't they? Brilliant field of Excel.
Next.
Exactly right. Big note from me there, Nash. I had some sort of problem off the line. I don't know if it was clutch slip or something, but he's plummeted down the order. He's about 4th last, but it looked like on the exit of turn number 4 he was ready to make up some positions again. So not sure what that was, whether it was clutch related, as we see. Number 39, that's Lodge up the inside of Ambrose. And Ambrose having to take to the gravel there, but they're still side by side as they head into the final sequence of turns.
Ambrose has lost 3 positions at the start here, and if Lodge manages to gather him up through the chicane here, it'll be 4 on the opening lap. He's there, he's hanging there. They've got to leave a little bit of space here. This is going to be a very, very interesting fight down the front straight here. Larry Merrifield in the number 7 is going to buy into this and make it 3 wide on the run down to turn 1 at the start of lap 2 here as well. So already separation. There's about 4 or 5 cars that have checked out at the head of this field, and then there's a big gap back to that group of 3, almost 2 and 3 wide again going into turn 1, the lead group of cars. And then look at this, there's a pack of 5 of them all squabbling over one spot. There was 3 wide at the beginning of that group as well.
Changes 4th position then, so Williams now down to 3rd, but he's up the inside of both of them. This is very fierce racing to start the championships, and that's Tompkins out front from Faulkner, Williams in 3rd and Phillips in 4th position. So chopping and changing early on in this championship.
About 4 or 5 different packs on counting as they go through here. So there's another pack, a group of cars. Look at Charlie Nash, there he is. When did he start? He started right up the order in P8. He crossed the line. He's almost on the back end of the top 20. He's fallen like a stone.
Yeah, I think, as I said just before, clutch slip or something off the line. It did not move very well at all, but once it seems to have got going away from the line, it seems all right. So I'd put that to clutch or something anyway, but it fell down to 4th last at one point on the last lap. I can hear a noise. Is somebody off at Dandy Road?
No, I don't think so. Looks like there's a position there for Bradley Packham in the number 50. He's fighting tooth and nail with Chris Stilo in the 122, the New Line Homes entry. Stilo has that spot back, and Packham goes backwards a couple of spots there. So poor exit out of Dandenong Road for the driver of the number 50, the black and blue car just in the back of shot there. And about 3 cars went through very, very quickly. He's actually dropping a couple more spots there. So a very, very poor second half of the lap for Bradley Packham's cost him actually about 5 spots now.
It's changed up front once again. Blinking, you miss it. So now it's Faulkner from Williams, and Tompkins has moved in the last half a lap from first down to third. So more reshuffling, and it's Lodge actually with the fastest lap, as we can see down the bottom of the screen. He's in position number 6. So the front end of the field is condensing. The 3-car battle may become more as the laps wind by. We see some fierce battling here between Seymour and Sala. That's for position number 12.
Yeah, you mentioned fierce battling. I think that's probably the only way we can describe it. I mean, there has been a little bit of a tidy up with some of the rules around the racing in XLs over the last 12 months. There was a bit of a theory around the bump draft and if that was actually legal or not. It is actually outlawed. There is meant to be no contact when you're running nose to tail in Hyundai XL. So you'll see them getting very, very close to each other down the front straight, down the back straight, but they still need to maintain that little bit of separation. If you push your rival along, you will be in a bit of trouble at the end of the race. So that has been cleaned up over the last couple of years, and it's starting to show here. A few drivers have actually been able to run nose to tail down the front straightaway, then manage to get themselves into a 3-wide bunch and then still get through the corner. So it's had wonders. That sort of rule clean up over the last 12 months is promoting much, much better racing.
Particularly prominent at Phillip Island, wasn't it, down the main straight?
Absolutely.
There. They were really well. I was watching a bit of NASCAR yesterday, and it very much is NASCAR style bump drafting.
Good example of that being illustrated right now with Lodge in the number 39 pulling out precisely the right moment on the Poolmaster entry there of Ryan Phillips in the number 8. So Phillips moved over to the left-hand side and said, if you want the racing line, you can have it. I'm going to defend. And Lodge said, well, thank you very much. I'll have the outside line then, please.
And Williams, also at the pointy end of the field, says, thank you very much. I'll have first position. Thank you very much, Faulkner. Back you go. So yet another change in the top 3. And this time it was Carpenter in 4th of the fastest lap of the race. And it is now a 4-car fight for the lead. 0.8 of a second the margin between those top 4. And here they are as Faulkner takes the position back. Looks like slipstreaming today is very effective.
It is indeed. Like Darren Smith said before, every time they get close to that wall camera turn 4, I wince with how close some of them are actually taking liberties, and we don't know how much room is left on the other side, do we? So I think it's only going to be a matter of time before we see a bit of paint being left as Chris Stilo in the
spin at the
car
back.
has taken it to the escape road, and they've got 2 off there as well. So there was a spinner at the top of the hill, and another car went off in sympathy. The number 19 machine of Blake Tracy is the one that spun. There was another car involved in, I'm not sure if they were involved in the incident, but they were off at that part of the track as well in the back of shot.
It's another black machine, wasn't it? So yeah, not quite sure who that other car was. They managed to recover, get back on the road straight away. They certainly took the wide outside line. I'm just seeing Phillips has lost a few positions on that lap, so he's now at the back of the second group. He was up in 5th, but now behind Lodge and Ambrose. So bit of reshuffling.
Safety car.
Yeah, safety car.
Safety car being called for. I think that'll be for the Blake Tracy car that's in the runoff area at turn 6 and 7. So not able to get moving under its own steam, and a wise call. And actually there's damage. I can see that from that angle there. There's some damage on the front left corner of the number 19, and there's you can see all the black trail marks from the spin. So it looks like he may have contacted the wall just at that point, just where the marshals are holding the safety car board there at the moment. You can see that's where the tracks go to, and then the subsequent tracks from the spin.
Looks to me, following those straight lock-up lines, it looks like the car was on the inside and is being contacted, and it's fired him to the right-hand side of the track, driver's perspective. I'm not sure if you'd read that the same way, and then it's bounced off the wall. Yeah,
I think that's a very astute observation there. There's definitely tracks that are going at the wrong angle to where the racing line is at that part of the track. So you can see there the car's got a bit of front damage. Looks like the front left tyre might be at a bit of a weird angle, but they've thrown the safety car, and there is a little bit of debris there on the ground they're going to have to pick up as well. And I think Blake Tracy's just going to have to wait until this field goes through before rejoining the track, and then just tack onto the back of the group.
Good news is because Tracy's managed to recover. Yeah, we can see the damage there. That's the first time we've really been able to see it. Doesn't look as bad as I first thought, actually, from the other camera angle. Just looks like the nose has been knocked out of alignment a little bit.
Yeah, lunch has been the light on the left-hand side has been punched in there and a bit of guard damage. So yeah, that's a black flag. The officials will be all over that. They'll be calling that car to the lane, I think.
What I was going to say is due to Tracy being able to get back underway on his own steam, that's great news. That means that this safety car should be very brief, which is what we like to see, particularly in timed racing, according to my stopwatch, which I started when the cars headed out on the warm-up lap. There's 6.5 minutes to go.
So this will reinvigorate the second pack. This
Absolutely.
will not only bring the second pack back to the front pack, this will reinvigorate them. So I expect when we get back to green flag running here, there'll probably be about 3, maybe 4 laps to run. So this will be an all-out sprint right till the very end. We've chalked up 5 completed laps. I think this is we're on the 6th now, so this will be about a 10-lap affair. So not a bad run for the XLs, but this is what we've been talking about with the timed racing. It's effectively a user pays system or a category pays system. So if there is some, as we were talking earlier, some very, very intense battles, and if they lead to accidents, unfortunately that's going to mean safety cars going to come out. It's going to curtail the amount of laps that the categories are going to have.
Absolutely. Last year we saw some incidents in certain categories, and it was making the categories afterwards have time certain finishes, and that wasn't really fair for those categories that hadn't done anything, that hadn't caused any safety cars. This way, if your category causes safety cars, it's you that's going to be affected by it. You're the one that has to sit under safety car and have less green flag racing laps.
That's right, and that's in response to Paul Ziddy was talking about earlier in the day. To what a number of the categories had said, this is what our members are talking about, this is what we would like to see, how can we actually work together to get a solution. So it's good to see that the Victorian State Race Series, the VMRC and all the associated clubs that run this great series here in Victoria have managed to come together and find an experiment that for this weekend it is essentially an experiment, and it's going to be fine-tuned from here. So this may not necessarily be the final product in terms of the length of races and how many races there are and how everything is structured. There is still a little bit of work being fine-tuned around the edges to make this the best possible level of racing and get the maximum value for money, as Paul Ziddy called it earlier in the day in the drivers' briefings. Best value for money for all the drivers and competitors and teams that want to come and participate.
Absolutely.
Now we're going around again, and I saw there was a flatbed tow truck that was out there as well. So I'm wondering if we've got a car on the circuit somewhere that actually needs to be picked up. I'm looking down our timing screen here at the moment. I can see that there's another car in the wall. Okay, so
that was the other black car that we saw run wide, and we thought he escaped unscathed. Clearly not.
No, clearly not. So I'm struggling to see which car that is. It's a black one with the only one that I can see there
Wilson.
might be the 53.
Yep, Wilson.
Scott Wilson. And yes. Yeah, so we're looking at here on our timing tree. The only car that we can see on our list of entries here is a black Hyundai of Scott Wilson. And yep, there you can see it there right on the windscreen, on the side window, Wilson. So unfortunately, unlucky to not escape that incident. So I dare say if we look back to what we were talking about before with the black lines and the damage and things like that, this would tend to suggest that maybe the two of them have had a little bit of a coming together. So I think with the safety car controlling the field and the fact we've got to pick this car up and get it back to the pits, that time is going to be the enemy of the Hyundai XLs for race 1 here on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, we got 3 minutes remaining, so yeah, not quite sure. I believe we're just about to see a replay and look at the very back of the shot.
Yep.
For the incident or the end of the incident. So
there's
the one
spin
car.
Up. Yep, and then the other car that was involved in it, the Scott Wilson machine there. So difficult to spot and not really showing the incident in question, but just really showing the aftermath of what happened there. So I dare say there'll be a little bit of a discussion between those two drivers, and probably the men and women that are above us as well will be saying, would you please mind bringing your video footage to show us what went on, please?
I noticed there that the Wilson car, from the angle it took off the road, didn't turn from the angle it got to the wall. So I don't know if steering damage. If we have a look, it just goes straight on.
Dead straight.
Dead straight. So here we go. There's the one spinning car. That car is going dead straight, and I think there might be some left front damage, and it looks like it's just gone straight towards that wall.
Yeah, it doesn't tell the full entire story, I think, but you're right. So one car had some contact with the wall, and then another car had the presence of mind just to probably hit the brake pedal as much as they possibly could and just minimise the amount of impact. But where the Scott Wilson cars come to rest would probably suggest that the cars actually hit the wall at the end of that sort of turn 6, turn 7 runoff, because where it's positioned and the tow truck has to pick it up from is probably not the position I would have expected that car to be had it have come to a complete stop under its own power. So maybe not just some sort of issue with it coming together, but maybe a brake issue or some other mechanical issue for car number 53. Now, I've just noticed the last lap board is currently being held out now, so this race will officially end under safety car with Peter Faulkner, Kobe Williams and Harry Tompkins the top 3. So that is how they will remain.
Well, unless one of them has a mechanical issue on the final lap.
Yeah, famous last words. Famous last words.
It's most likely I'm going to change that to going to stay that way. But yeah, there's 1 minute left on the clock. So yeah, it's 20 minutes. And yeah, the finish of that lap. So 20 minutes and then they cross the line and that's the end. So with 19 minutes gone, it's certainly going to be the end on this lap behind the safety car. A bit of a frustrating way, disappointing way to end the first race of the season. But my golly gosh, did we have some great fighting up the pointy end of the field.
We certainly did. I'm actually just having a look through the list to see where a number of these drivers started and where they managed to get back to as we drag the Scott Wilson machine back to the pits. Great work by the recovery crews as always. What happened to Charlie Nash? We know that he had a really poor start, and looking up and down the order here, I'm looking to see where on earth he is. Actually, you're pointing out in the back a shot there. There's actually a little bit more damage on the concrete wall at the back there, so that's where the first car, Blake Tracy, will have gone in.
Yeah, we originally thought it was the guardrail, but yeah, it looks like it's slightly further on, and in fact I think a bit of concrete might have even moved. So yeah, may need some potential repairs. Look, the gravel's been flicked up. I reckon it's just missed that arm coat, maybe slightly clipped it. It's hard to speculate, it really is, but you can see a lot of tyre marks going in straight lines towards the guardrail. So it's guardrail and then the concrete on at the back with the Melbourne signage on it that's got a lot of black marks as well. As we see the cars around the final corner. So it is going to be Faulkner who takes the first race win of the year in the Victorian Hyundai XL Circuit Racing Championship. Quite a long title, isn't it?
It is a very long title, with thanks to Trick Trailers and all the associated sponsors for the Hyundai XLs. Their race 1 for the weekend comes to a conclusion. Faulkner, Williams and Tompkins, with Dale Carpenter and James Lodge, the 4th and 5th. Cadell Ambrose 6th in that one, with Ryan Phillips 7th, Larry Merrifield in 8th. And then you've got the 99 machine of Jason Kay in 9th, so he picked up a spot there, and Chris Stilo in the New Line Homes entry, he finishes in 10th place. So plenty of action in that one, unfortunately curtailed by the incident at turn 6 and finishing under safety car. And as the Hyundai XLs exit stage right at the end of the front straightaway here, we're going to take a short break in central commentary. It's historic touring cars coming up after this, the throwback to yesteryear, and some great examples of Group N touring cars coming up on the other side of this. You're watching Blendline TV and the Victorian State Race Series, Round 1 from Sandown International Motor Raceway.
AU Falcon's doing incredible things. This is Cameron McKee, and we can see his beautiful red Falcon behind us. Thank you so much for joining us to have a chat about it, Cameron.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So the car is quite unique. Obviously, we're used to big V8s in sports sedans in that category, but yours is a little bit different.
Yeah, mine's a 3.5 litre turbo barra, so it's the only CAMS or Motorsport Australia compliant turbo barra, as far as I know, running around at the moment. So, It's been like that for about 3 years now, and ultra reliable. It's a good car, good engine, good package.
Absolutely. So obviously this weekend we've got the Groove Train Eastland jumping on to support the sports sedans this weekend. It's good to have that commercial support getting behind grassroots motorsport.
It is definitely, yeah. Groove Train Eastland, they've joined as the category sponsor this year. We've got a few other sponsors. We've got National Blinds and QP Lubes. So it's great to have all these sponsors on board supporting sports sedan grassroots motorsport.
And what are your predictions for season 2023?
Well, this is my first time out since I had a little incident at Phillip Island mid last year. So far, so good. If I can keep the car together for the whole year, which doesn't seem to be a problem, it's very reliable. I'm really looking forward to finishing the year. Hopefully, top 10 outright. We'll see how we go.
Thank you very much for joining us.
No worries, thanks for having me.
Down here with the chair of the Vic State Race Board, Paul Ziddy, who this weekend, it's obviously been a long time since the last round, all the way back in September, but you must be happy to be back, Paul.
Yeah, always great to be back at a racetrack and Sandown, home of spiritual home of Formula Ford racing, which is my particular passion, but it's the home of horsepower. All the categories here, 10 categories racing across the weekend. Couldn't be happier.
And with that as well, over the off-season as well as news of the signing of 888 Home Loans on a multi-year deal supporting Vic State Race Inc. You must be pretty proud of that little deal.
Look, it's a credit to the categories that put on such superb racing. It's credit to the 4 promoting clubs that have got put 40 years into building up into what we have here today. And yeah, we welcome 888 on board, multi-year deal, as you say, supporting and partnering with Vic State Race Series Incorporated to bring you state championship motor racing.
And big things to come in season 2023. I'm excited. How about you?
Definitely, always great. There's that excitement about round one, right? You got some new faces in all the categories. You got the seasoned campaigners who are back trying to defend titles. No one knows. Qualifying's underway now. Racing kicks off this afternoon. 2023, can't wait for it.
Many more rounds to come your way, but obviously round one Sandown here this weekend, coming up very shortly.
It's always good to be at a racetrack where the historic touring cars come out on track, because they give us a fantastic reminder of if you look after your equipment, you can use it long into the future. And sometimes these cars do require comprehensive rebuilds or restorations, but certainly these cars are as they were raced, and they have been very much looked after over the years. And the best thing for me about historic touring cars, whether it be Appendix J, Group N, NC, NB, whatever the designation may be, the passion that goes into these kind of race cars, it has to be driven by an individual somewhere that absolutely loves the race car. And I'm Darren Smith. Joined right alongside me is Chris Ralph, who has had massive experience in this sort of historic touring car racing. 2 Cortinas, a couple of BMW 2002s, was the state champion in an NC Mustang back in 2004. So we're very lucky to have the expertise of Chris Ralph sitting in the commentary booth for us here at round 1 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series. Chris, welcome to commentary.
Thank you very much, Daz. Good to be here. You know why? It's air conditioned.
It is. It's lovely here, even when everyone was sweating it out in practice yesterday and they were setting up for the technical side of things. All the techs kept coming in here and enjoying a bit of the air conditioning. And you know what? In winter, it's heated. So when we come round to the August round here at Sandown, we've got the heaters. Although, being a commentary booth, there's a lot of egos floating around, so we normally always have the air conditioning on. So right. August 11th, 12th and 13th, we do have the heater on here for that round of the championship, which is run by the Australian Sedan Association of Victoria. Chris, your thoughts as we lead into the first round of historic touring cars for 2023?
Well, it seems, on paper, it seems like, there are 5 Cortinas going up in the smaller capacities, 5 Mustangs and 5 Camaros. One of the Cortinas has dropped out, Brock Schur, Kim Schur. He bought the car recently from WA, and I think that has gone home on a trailer. Rodney Evans' car they found a suspiciously short push rod. I think that may be staying on the trailer. Of the cars, the blue NB Mustang of Darren Jones, that's dropped a valve, and so they've got a few less cars in the category from where we were before.
It was a plus 20 field heading into this weekend, so yes, obviously we've dropped a couple, but a really good turnout
of
historic touring cars.
Good turnout.
Considering the Phillip Island Classic is not too far away, and there's a record, I think, of 80 cars entered for historic touring cars down there. Great to see this many cars here this weekend.
Yeah, now there's a bit of a story up the top end of the grid, because Darren Collins, who's second on the grid after Andrew Lane, bottled up on, I think that could be mixed up because the car, I'm not sure. Darren Collins is driving the old car of Dominic Leo, who is driving his old car, and they're coming up to, it's Simon Browning's car by the blue stripe. So
that's a shame. It's the second bonnet we've had up today in racing. So the 57 Simon Browning just disappears, and it's bent it too. That's not what we want to see.
Yes, I had that happen to me at the hay shed at the island once in the middle of a pack.
That's not a good place to.
It wasn't a good place, no.
No. Interesting thing I noticed that Darren Collins on P2. Last year he was on pole with a 120.9.
Yes.
This weekend a 121.8.
Yes, and he's driving, and Dominic Leo, of course, is now driving the Camaro that he used to have. And Darren's got the old Warhorse, and there's an article, the next issue of Just Cars, about that car. It's one of the first racing Group NC cars to be built in the modern category of historic racing. It was built in 96.
So the field comes around. Let's have a look at how the grid will form up. Andrew Lane in the number 89 will take up pole position with Darren Collins right alongside. Dominic Leo is the next one there in the 84. Joe Kalita in the orange Mustang. Keep an eye out for him. John Bowes down on the wall cheering on his mate down there. Peter Milliman is in the 43. Had a great run last season. Then it's Jeff Munday with Andrew Gervin. David Murphy making it in there. Inside the 10, Brent Trengove and Rob Van Stockren. Inside the 10, we go to Bill Trengove in 11. 12 is Darren Jones. Then we've got Kim Schern, Don Knight, Rod Evans. Simon Browning has withdrawn, I would say, for today, going off at turn 1 with the bonnet up. Mick Stubka in the number 61 and Jerry Lenstra in the 41. And great to see Mick Stubka out there as well, a guy that's brought many different forms of car to the grid.
Yes.
And this weekend in a Cortina, he's had a couple of interesting ones, an Imp and a Peugeot as well along the way.
Yeah.
Citroen, sorry, and did good jobs in class racing. Of course, Trevor Talbot, Darren Collins, and won the first 2 races, and Darren Collins won the final race at this race meeting last year. Gee, we've got some muscle lined up in those front few grids.
Certainly is.
Set to go. The officials have withdrawn all the flags. There's been no need to wave any yellow flags. Green flag at the back, set to go. 5 seconds held up by the start line official, and we will get away in just a moment. Great look at Dominic Leo in that magnificent white and gold NC Camaro. Joe Kalia right alongside. The front row gets away well. Kalia in the 44 and the 43 and Mullerman get away well. The 68 goes absolutely nowhere. Jeff Monday grabbing all sorts of gears. Got it a little bit moving, but I would suggest he's having an issue with the first and second gear because that car is not getting away. Mullerman, though, down into turn number 1. What a massive start out of the third row of the grid. And it'll be the 97 of Darren Collins in the Mustang who slots in beside there. Interestingly enough, used to seeing Darren in a white Camaro, and now he's in that Mustang.
That's right. No, it's Mulman back in the pack, actually. I think
yes, he is, sorry.
These all-black cars get a bit confusing. Andrew Lane, then Darren Collins, Dom Leo, Joe Collegia, Pete Mulman, Jeff Monday in the big block, and away we go up the back straight.
Gee, I tell you what, if you haven't got a combination of black or black and orange at the front of this field, you're in a world of hurt. Whoa. There. The Camaro goes streaming on through.
The big block, yeah. Coming
David Murphy.
That's right, David Murphy. He's bought Gary Trelaw's 6.8 litre big block Camaro. There it is.
He's using it well, I tell you what.
Right up.
You've got the right track for it, haven't you? The home of horsepower.
Exactly right. And it's good to see Joe Collegiate, because he's had a couple of health issues that slowed him down for a while, and John Bowe was doing a lot of driving for him, and now he's back in his own car and he's doing extremely well.
Certainly we saw him at Island Magic and also here at historic Sandown, so has a strong racing program, does the Apex Steel racing guy, and always turns out brilliant looking cars. The crew make sure he's always got a nice looking piece of kit. As we look at Kalia and Leo and Mullerman now, there's our race leader, and the 101 of Murphy diving through. Great to see that car's making up some great room out of position number 8, completed lap number 1 in position 3. So getting a little bit crowded in the minor positions here at the moment, with the 29 right smack being bang in the middle of the mix there, Andrew Gervin.
Yeah, and good to see Gerv back here in an immaculate car that he's had for so many years, or he's been in the family for so many years. His father used to race either that car or one very similar back in the day. Good mate of Peter Brock's, etc. And Bill Trengrove in the red Mustang, the 289, you can see back coming up the hill now.
Some great liveries put on these cars. I do like the fact that most of these cars are made up of 1 or possibly 2 colours. And I'm going to say something that's a little bit out of the tribute time is a bright green headlight and front lip spoiler on that Camaro there.
Yeah, that's Brent. It's good. Brent Trengrove, good to see him back in the field. It's been terrific for the last year.
Terrific. I do like the silhouette that the Camaro presents on track. Saw Andy Williams here as well, who's pretty famous for his blue GTR XU1 running in historic touring cars. A shame that Andy hasn't bought the race car to the track, but he's here to see how the category is going.
I think he may be saving it up for the Phillip Island.
Maybe. I think there's probably about 60 other cars, Chris, that are doing that.
Yeah, now it's good to see that Dom Leo's back into 4th place. He's been outgunned by the big block Camaro. Joe Collegia's right behind him. Pete Mulman, the first of the Group NB cars. He set a personal best in qualifying, and he's now being looked at heavily by the other Camaro of Monday.
I do like the Mullerman Mustang, just gloss black. Every single thing that moves or doesn't move, gloss black. I love it. It's a very menacing looking car.
It's looking the prettiest it's going to look all year, because it's just come right out of the paint shop.
Well, it always looks good. They presented the car. In fact, this entire field, the presentation of these cars is absolutely magnificent. Yeah. At the moment, the race is being led by Andrew Lane, who started out of pole position. He is now being menaced by a guy, David Murphy, and this guy started out of 8th. and he has got all of the grunt onto his right foot that he's going to need now at Sandown. Have a look at him unleash the General's finest up the straight here at Sandown, right up the inside. He's giving a very, very clear message to Andrew Lane that if you give me the opportunity in a straight line, I'm going to absolutely blow you into the weeds.
He's just pegged the fastest lap so far at 1:22.7. That's Murphy. And speaking of presentation, Tino Leo, the famous Tino Leo, father of Dom, he loves gold in his cars, and when he got the all-white Camaro you see on your screen now, first thing he did was to paint a few gold stripes on it.
Got to have the gold stripes, of course. It was maroon and gold, wasn't it, that Tino was famous for in his Monaro sports sedan all those years ago. Brilliant looking car, but great to see the Leo family continuing on in motorsport. It's quite a famous surname, of course, in Australian motorsport.
Yeah, it's quite tight at the front. There's not too much between the first three cars at all.
Interestingly enough, though,
behind it.
Chris, the time difference, 0.5 of a second between Lane and Murphy on that last lap. Half a second is a stratosphere different in times when you consider that they're qualifying 0.2 and 0.3 behind each other. Yeah. As Murphy comes onto the straight again, immediately dives over the driver's left. He must like that side of the track. Certainly shakes any slipstream that Darren Collins might have, but you'd have to suggest out over 1 second behind. There's not a lot of slipstreaming coming into effect. Collegiate now coming under massive fire by Trengove, and by fire I mean going down a spot.
Yeah.
The 44 goes down one spot now to Trengove in the number 22.
Yeah, good to see that Dom Leo has just recorded the fastest lap, 22.757.
There's Joe Clear coming out as well, keeping off the ripple strips, the car in front getting right up onto them. So Bill Trengove using all of the track there, but Joe just keeping it nice and straight, as was Mullerman behind him, and Gervin as well in the little Tirana. Bill Trengove a bit of a gap back there as we get a good look at a couple of these cars mid-pack at the moment. The 84 doing a pretty strong job there, which is Leo. Yeah. Sorry, not mid-pack, we're talking to the front of the pack here.
Yep. And he's right on the back of his used car buyer.
Yeah, well, you'd know Darren will be well and truly understand what the car behind him can do.
Yeah.
And that is it can win a state championship.
Yeah, certainly
and
can.
in recent months it did it as well.
Darren set lots of lap records and won plenty of silverware in that car. Oh.
So a switch
flame coming out of the Darren Collins car. That's been beautifully tweaked by MJR Motorsport.
The number 17, that's Rob Van Stockram in the yellow and black GT stripe, I guess you'd describe it as.
Yes. Yeah, he's just
Mustang.
getting to grips. This is his first meeting in the car, and he's come up from driving a BMW 2002, where he won the class in the club championships last year. And let me tell you, having gone from a Cortina to a Mustang, going from any small four-cylinder car where you've got to drive it completely differently from a large capacity vehicle, it's no easy feat. You've got to find your way in it. That's what he's doing now.
Just looking at that Mustang of Rob Van Stockram, that would be an NB car, wouldn't it?
No, that's a Group NC. That's the same as Dom Leo's.
Okay.
Darren Collins' car. It's a 68.
Yep, okay. So this is why it's good to have the likes of Chris Ralph in the booth with us to identify the eras and what the cars have been built to. And there is a big slide there in the Camaro. It would have been enjoyable, but the problem is you see Darren Collins just drive away while you're cracking it sideways. So
yes.
Dom Leo was certainly in a spot to threaten and has just given all of that away by spending a fair bit of time leaving black lines on the road behind him.
Yeah, we're halfway through the race now, because these races are all timed rather than per lap. And the Murphy car is looking particularly good. It's obviously, he knows how to steer, that guy. He's just hopped in the car and he's right up the front.
Yeah, good to see David Murphy here with that car, and that car still racing. In our opening remarks to the historic touring cars, Chris, one of the great things about these cars is that they keep racing. They're not stuck in sheds gathering dust and being adored from a polished shed position. They're actually getting out there and they're doing it. And I guess for us, the joy in it is that we get to see them doing this and being driven just like that.
Well, Dom Leo's right on the tail of Darren Collins now. He's got to get past that car that he just sold to him. Otherwise, he might be coming around saying, can we swap cars?
I was about to say, Darren, maybe just let him through for this one. Show him that everything you sold him is still intact. Although, having said that, maybe putting some extra weight like gold stripes on it might have weighed it down a bit. Here we go. The Camaro opens it up.
He's opened the taps and he's actually got it back. Right, so he's taken the third place back.
And I'm going to say, I know Darren Collins, and he would not have given that away, that's for sure. No. He is there to deliver as best he can on this car.
Dom's a handy steerer. Darren Collins has probably got a little bit more experience in these sorts of cars.
Well, and the other thing is that he's the reigning champion, so he comes in with a crown on his head, doesn't he?
He does.
And has always done very well, Darren Collins. It's a pleasure to watch race that guy.
He can only fit one crown on his head at a time. And he's a really good guy. He doesn't have a huge ego, so the head's not so big that he needs to have more than one crown.
I think he leaves the crown at home too. He doesn't bring it to the track with him.
Yeah.
The 84 now showing a clean set of heels there in the car that won last year's historic touring car championship at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And we certainly welcome the Just Cars historic touring cars here this weekend. And I just wonder, this event last year, we had Michael Holloway running the little Cooper S Mini. I wonder where Michael Holloway is this weekend. He certainly enjoyed it. And we're going to get a bit of a look from the front of the field where Andy Lane is leading
David Murphy
in that big block 101.
Yeah.
And then Dom Leo in last year's championship winning Camaro. Darren Collins, who won last year's championship in that Camaro, now in a Mustang.
Brent Trengrove in another Camaro. Joe Collegia in a fastback Mustang. First of the NB cars, Pete Muleman in a 289 Mustang. The lovely Kermit Green Tirana of Andrew Gervin, just lapping Don Knight in the first of the Cortinas. A bit of a gap.
Bit of a gap indeed back there. The Cortina going down one on the lap, and we get a good look right back down through the whole Just Cars historic touring car field here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Racing Championships. Oh, the 101 now slowing the big block, as Chris Ralph was calling it earlier on. The car of David Murphy was good for 8.5 laps.
Something wrong with it. Look, its right rear, or is it his left rear? I think it's its left rear looks a bit flappy and
looks to be some flames coming out there as well. Right rear
has got some smoke coming out of it.
Is it a deflating tyre?
Axle or a tyre?
No, there's flames coming from the inner wheel.
Yeah.
That can be caused by a brake line or something, giving a bit of leakage there.
Could be, yeah.
There's not a fuel filler cap or anything in that area, and off he went. Yes, he does. He goes over the curb and he rips something out. And that's where the smoke started to come from.
Yes, so he's busted something, isn't he?
Yes, went very quickly over the back there. It's a bit of an innocuous curb in the best of situations, but if you hit it at the wrong angle, so maybe there's a bit of a gear oil that's hit the hot brake. I would suggest.
I think
maybe.
he's probably broken something in the hub assembly with a sideways impact going over the curb at turn 1.
And you'd have to suggest that not going to the pits, he may just continue to motor on around and get a result as a finisher at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's championship thinking. Oh no!
Dom Leo's off.
Dom Leo in the Camaro.
He's had to pull off. That's obviously a mechanical problem that he's got, and he's climbing out of the way there, so he's not not an issue.
That's at the top of the hill before you plunge down into turn 9, so
Right.
that's at turn 7.
Okay.
And parking it up, so 2 favoured contenders in the last lap.
2 Camaros out of
Action.
Out of it.
So we are on the last lap now. Andrew Lane leads. Darren Collins in the Mustang. It wasn't that way around 30 seconds ago, that's for sure. Brent Trengrove in the 22, and then Joe Collier up into position 4. The Mustang cresting the hill as well will also have grabbed a couple of positions back.
David Murphy.
So we're just hearing reports from around the track that the 101 has car number 101, which is David Murphy, who has driven a ridiculously good race up until that point.
Scoring
has now
fastest
got
lap.
Yes, fastest laps, and then you end up just lapping to try and bring home some points in the championship. But he'll bring it around, and we have got we've got about 18 hours, 19 hours before the next. Not even that. Sorry, about 16 hours, so they can burn the midnight oil like he's burning the oil out of the rear seals of that axle, I would suggest.
Yeah, he'll start at the moment. He'll start out of 10th, and he came from nowhere out of 8th. So there's every chance he could be back up into 2nd place, or even at the head of the field, if it's not too serious a problem. And it obviously isn't, because he's still driving it around.
Here's our race leader now, coming around to take the first race win for Just Cars in the historic touring car race number 1 for the weekend. You've seen it live here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series supported championships. Yeah. And it has gone to Andrew Lane with Darren Collins defending in the number 97 his championship from last year. Brent Trengrove, Joe Collegia home into position number 4, and Peter Milliman in the 43 Mustang rounds out our 5. Rob Van Stockman will be the next one. He's the next one that's crossed the line. We're waiting for Gervin. There he goes in the 29. Everyone really buttoning out of it as they're coming to the line now. Nothing really to prove in a drag race to the line, or there's no one side by side with someone else.
That's it, yeah. And there's mixed up. He came in properly at the end of the field, because he's not actually. He did a best of a 1:43.1, which I think he'll probably shave that down in the Cortina pack. Andrew Gervin's car is a magnificent piece of equipment. If you get a chance, have a look.
Jeff Munday home in 6th place in the number 68. Andy Gervin in the 29. The 101 of David Murphy eventually home. Allegedly on fire. I won't say it. Well, we saw fire coming out of it, but got home when he did. 11th, Dominic Leo, David Murphy, Michael Stupka, Darren Jones, Kim Shern, Rod Evans, Simon Browning, and Jerry Lenstra, bringing it all back into the pit lane. In fact, they weren't. It was only up to 12. We had finishes there, 13 in Michael Stupka. So that will see the conclusion of race 1 for the series for the Just Cars historic touring cars here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series. Chris, Ralph, thank you very much for your time.
See you tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. We'll be back for race number 2 for the historic touring cars tomorrow morning. We'll be back with more here trackside at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and it will be the big bangers. The sports sedans will be on track next. Back soon.
We've made our way down to the sports sedans paddock, or that area of, and I'm joined alongside by John Ippolito, who's the driver of this beautiful VX Commodore, and he actually took out the floor pan championship last year. So, John, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
So, could you tell us a little bit about your race car, how it came to be the beautiful example that it is today?
Yeah, we started off doing HSV club days, because it's a HSV club sport, and after progressing through those days of sprints, I just thought take the next step and go into state series racing with sports sedans. So it's come a long way since being a road car.
So obviously, was it written off at some point? Is that how it came to be a race car? Because that's sometimes how race cars make their way onto a circuit.
No, it was a perfect going club sport. Had all the nice seats in it, the sunroof. Yeah, it was a perfect car when I bought it. And yeah, I pulled it apart, and it is what it is now.
So the car distinguishes itself from the sports sedans, the thoroughbred space frame cars. How do you find chasing after the bigger, sort of more robust sports sedans in something like this?
It's hard. It's really hard because it's such a heavy car. The power's good. We've got good power, but it's just a heavy car, and I try my best to try and keep up with them. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah.
And what are your predictions for season 2023?
Hopefully I can take out the floor pan class. That's my main aim, to make it 3 in a row. And wherever I come in the outright in the state championship is where I come.
Beautiful. We'll say a big thank you to Johnny Polito.
There we can see the historic touring car of Murphy, just getting a good dose of stuff you don't want to have to clean off at the workshop later on there, getting the fire out, wheel off, so they've had plenty of time to get the wheel off, and the Camaro just up on the trusty workshop jack. The Pyack recovery crew, that looks like Cage Ken Johnson, hooking up the last year's championship winning car that hasn't finished this race. I'm pretty sure last year it made the end of all of the races, being that Darren Collins won the championship in that car, so a little bit of cleaning up to do. We've got the Victorian Sports Sedans on track next, the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria, and just this week some big announcements coming out of the Sports Sedan Association. The Groove Train at Eastland, which is a restaurant in Eastland. The Groove Train Eastland, a full-service restaurant, bar and cafe, offering a wide range of catering to many tastes and a relaxed atmosphere, providing all the flavour and authenticity that comes with the wood-fired cuisine. Shop R024, third floor, next to the Hoyt Cinema. So if you're off to the pictures, of course, last week or whatever, the week before, some lucky people were celebrating Valentine's Day, and good luck to them. And it would have been a great place to do that. But if you're going to the pictures and you're going to Eastlands, get down to the Groove Train, see the crew there and say, hey, we heard you guys sponsor the Victorian Sports Sedans, and we thought we'd come here and enjoy a good feed. Say good day to Vin Stenter, who is a sports sedan racer, and it's really cool that the Groove Train Eastland has jumped on board. Let's take nothing away from the support that QP Lubes has supported the Victorian Sports Sedans for numerous seasons now. Great to see that QP Lubes have remained on board. Vanessa and Peter down there at QP Lubes provide professional lube service for passenger cars, motor oils, for heavy-duty diesel oils, transmission fluid, farm oils, and many more. Been around since 1999, based out of Mattingley. And of course, Francois Habib has jumped back on the category and also jumped back into his ex-supercar, and will be running here today. We look forward to seeing how Francois' weekend goes. He'll be starting at a P5 in the first race for this weekend. National Blind Supplies, a wholesale manufacturer of window furnishings, including blinds, shutters and awnings, South Gippsland Highway, Dandenong South. If you want to talk anything blinds, get down and see Francois Habib. He is the most energised sports sedan person in the paddock. You can see him, he glows in the distance. Talking about glowing in the not too distant future, my fellow commentator who's joined right alongside me here is Brett Dickey. Brett, you've had some pretty big announcements. Well, let's start at the bottom. The announcement was that you weren't racing this weekend in the Honda. Prior to that, you were racing this weekend in the Honda. But I guess the big news and the proudest bit of news for everyone in, I guess, the sports sedan scene and yourself is that you're off to Pikes Peak to tackle that event again this year.
Yeah, correct. It's like I said, welcome everyone that's tuning in, and thank you for getting me back up here. And it's always a pleasure to be back around state level racing. But yeah, as you touched on, back to Pikes Peak this year for my second attempt at the mountain. Looking forward to that. But obviously before that, I fly off next Saturday morning for round 1 of the Super Lap Battle Championship out of Coda in Texas.
So a pretty good program, mate, to come up. You drive just down the road from home to Sandown without a race car, but you go to the other side of the world and you got a race car in tow.
Yeah, it's obviously the benefits of what I do. It's just one of those things we decided to pull out of this weekend and focus on family. I spend a lot of time travelling, and this year, will be about 11 weeks of the year I'll spend in the US. So as much time as I can spend in Australia and with my family means a lot to me, and sadly I don't think they'll be making the trip over there this year. So we chose to sit out this weekend, but strangely enough, here I am sitting at a racetrack with you, and not at home with my family. So that didn't work out too well.
I got to say, you're a pretty easy get to, because Anne and I conspired against you about 3 weeks ago, and that was yes, no, maybe, and here you are. But it's fantastic, Brett. We always enjoy having, let's call you a category expert in the race call. You've certainly driven just about everything that nearly flies, but does manage to stay on the ground. Just a quick update for those fans of your magnificent Honda Sport sedan. Where are we at with that? We had 6,000 pounds of boost, then we had none. Where are we now?
Happy to say that we've fixed all our electrical issues. We brought it out here a couple of weeks ago for a private practice day, and was doing the lap times it was doing last time it raced here in 2020. So happy to say it's back quicker than ever. A little bit more in store for it, but it was just going to be a little bit of a stretch to get it here this weekend. So we're hoping to make round 2. Don't hold me to that. Obviously, see how the travel goes, but I'd definitely love to be out there today, and it's definitely a bit cooler today than it was yesterday, so we'll see how we go.
Well, you've got to keep us all up to date, mate, because everyone at the Triple Eight Homeloans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships will want to know what Brett Dickey's up to and achieving overseas, because whenever anyone from our community, let's call it, goes overseas and competes, everyone wants to know how you're going. So we'll get this sports sedan race done, and then you can check to make sure your passport and your bag is set. But let's get underway for the first race for the season for the Groove Train Eastland Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. A great field, 29 cars in this field here this weekend for sports sedans. Is a magnificent turnout, and I've got to say we've got the cream of the crop here this weekend. So you may not have had it all your own way this weekend if you're out there, but you would have had a black and gold car like the car on pole position
100%,
as well.
100%.
Thomas Randall will lead us away in the Sky Sands Dream Motorsport Saab there, and his qualifying time of 1:09.30 put him in good stead. Ray Hislop right alongside, a guy that has had super success here and lap records in improved production over the years. Back in a sports sedan, an ex-FPR touring car, ex-Mark Winterbottom entered outfit, and great to have Ray Hislop at the track here, a real torrid motorsport guy. Will absolutely, if he can, take it up to Thomas Randall. Kevin Stupin, the next one on the grid there in the turboed Evo Mitsubishi. Dean Cam, the forever green Victorian motorsport racer. Awesome to see Cammy out there on track. Francois Habib doing a terrific job and doing it for National Blind Suppliers as well. Greg Lynch, who had a win last year in that tribute livery HRT car to Brian Finn and John Ippolito. Great to see John there. Ben McLeod in the number 72. In fact, interested to see Ben back there in 9th position. Cam McKee as well. We just had a bit of an expose on Cam. Great to see Cam out there. He hated his time as a commentator as well, Brett. Just to let you know, Cam he did Island Magic and didn't like it much at all. Much preferred. In fact, it really motivated him to get the race car.
I did offer to swap seats with him though.
Andrew Parker to Mark Hughes, and then Rand McGlurkin. Awesome to see Rand out there, a 120.4 in qualifying, a guy that manages to live, breathe everything motorsport. If he's not racing a car, he's trading one in or promising to race another one. David Hender back to Mark Kakuri in the VH Commodore. Stephen Boner, Matt Horn, Nathan Bell, Adam Cadeo, David Ratcliffe, who had a massive oil leak in the 172 in qualifying this morning. Michael Budge, Chas Talbot. Now, I'm not sure whether Chaz has made it out on track. He was bleeding kryptonite. In other words, no, there was green stuff all over the ground under
I think he's packed up that rocket and gone home.
Yeah, I would expect so. Gary Vella back to Vic Argento, Greg Taylor, Darden Brown, Gary Finnemore, who unceremoniously climbed the wall in his XA here at the Historics last year, and then Arthur Van Orso. Bit of a mix of the big V8s in here, and you can tell the full-blown sports sedans. They're the ones running the Groove Train or QP Lubes window stickers. In fact, they should all have Groove Train, but looks like Dean Cam missed out on his, but he's got the old QP Lube sticker there. Have a look at that menacing black Saab of Thomas Randall, a full-time race car driver in the V8 Supercars Championship or Supercars Championship. He's here for one reason, Brett, and I bet you know what that is.
I think that lap record's going to go to Thomas today, and I hope it does. He's definitely well deserving of that, and definitely a driver that's moved through the ranks of Victorian motorsport.
Has he ever? He's been around the world, raced open wheelers. He's been gazumped off the line by the turbocharged car, and now Hislop as well. Have a look at that. Dean Cam out of the second row of the grid. Cammy in the 5-star fencing Corvette will lead the field. And I would have to say that car of Thomas Randall is running some sort of high diff ratio because he could not get that thing off the line. A National Sports Sedans car, which would normally have a rolling start, must be pretty tough to get off the line, but he's right up the back of Francois Habib now. Looks to go up inside turn 4, pressures the gap, gets up on the gutter, forces Ray Hislop wide as well. But Thomas Randall struggling to get the black Saab off the line. And Brett, I'll pass this over to you, but that's definitely a diff ratio, isn't it?
I think it is as well, because obviously those cars probably aren't designed to be doing standing starts like we do here in Victoria. I'm just surprised there that Thomas tried to make a bit of a move at turn 4. I don't think Francois was definitely expecting to see a little Saab popped in there, and probably not like Kevin Stoopman just then as well. So Thomas has definitely got a racer's mind. He'll be making every move he can to try to get there to Dean Cam, but I think at this level, I think we just need to be sensible and move forward.
The other thing about this car, and I think I'm correct in saying it's the only sports sedan running Michelins this weekend. The car is definitely shod on Michelins, and I touched on that with Thomas, and he said, yeah, I said to him, you're here for a purpose, and he said, yeah, and that's helped with the tyre selection for this weekend as well.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously that's a smart team down there. Thomas and his dad have definitely got a wealth of knowledge, and obviously with Thomas's supercar background, they definitely know they're here for a reason, like you said, and hopefully those guys do what they need to do and keep obviously the spirit of the sport in mind as well.
You reckon that's motivation because Jordan Caruso just about clean swept all the lap records in last year's national championship? They want to bring one back into the dream garage?
Oh, definitely something that I reckon it is, but it looks like Francois has got a bit of a false start penalty there as well.
Have a look at that. The Saab blast past multiple Victorian champion Dean Cam in the Corvette. Dean wisely not putting up any barriers there, just left the right-hand side of the track open for the Sky Sands Saab to go charging on through. And of course, just seeing the side of that car, there is a national championship which is going to be massive this year for the sports sedans, and we look forward to seeing that across a range of different events. Kevin Stoopman has just got the boost wound up on this Evo, hasn't he? That is absolutely
Someone's got to
thumping.
fly the turbo flag, mate.
Someone
Come on,
does,
we'll
yeah.
get into that conversation. It's race 1. We're only a couple of laps in, but I'll fly that flag already. So thank you for Kevin for holding that one out there.
Ray Hislop looks to the inside, a very, very experienced racer over many, many levels, many national championships and improved production, that many that I actually can't remember. There was a lot.
Yeah, look, it's definitely done a lot, and I've had that thing in my mirrors a fair few times as well. So another fierce racer there, and it's good to see Ray back running that amazing liveried car. So with Kevin's obviously not going to let him get away with it too much, but it also looks like Thomas has got some clear air, and he's probably going to start stretching the legs of that very nice looking black and gold car, if I may add there, Darren.
Yeah, certainly, and the lap record we're looking at is a 107.90. 107.90. It may not happen today. It may be something they've got to work towards race 3 tomorrow. Certainly, atmospheric wise, the track is in ideal condition for that.
I definitely reckon tomorrow morning might be the right timing for it, but those guys definitely got some good heads on their shoulders down there, and they'll do the right thing. So it's awesome to see, as sports sedans is, the variety of cars. As you can see here, we've got Ben McLeod there. He's done a lot of work to that car in the off-season. He's a fierce racer, but always there to help everyone else around him, like sports sedans is. And how cool is this in-car?
It's very good, isn't it? This is Brian Finn in the Force Equipment outfit, and you just see him going back down through the gearbox. H-pattern gearbox in this car here, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's the next Commodore Cup.
I think you're correct on that one, yeah. I think it's a Commodore Cup car. It's had a bit of... there's Andrew Parker locking the rear brakes there, and you could see that shuddering from a fair way back, couldn't you, Dan?
Cam McKee takes full advantage of that as the number 14 gets all sort of tank slapper and continuing on with it, and that's very, very interesting indeed. Andrew Parker regained control, and what it's done is it's thrown him into the clutches of a charging Rand McGlurkin up to position number 12, started out of 14, and he's really got the bit. Talking about atmospheric cars, there's one that is absolutely playing with the boost from just about every lap.
100%. Look, it's I love seeing Ran out there. He's great for the sport. He's a great character around the pits. And who have we got off
That's
here?
Lynch. Greg Lynch
Is pulling over, or is he trying to get back on there?
Greg Lynch was running up as high as 7th in this race, and he qualified 6th actually, and he has stopped there. So that car, I think, coming out of the Ravage Dean Lilly garage, they will be all over that thing to get it rectified before tomorrow's racing. The number 53 coming charging through here, David Hender. Now, isn't that just flying the flag for sports sedans of another era?
Yeah, it's like I said, it's definitely good to see the variety. So we've got Falcon, Commodore, Nissan, Falcon, Commodore, Falcon.
And that particular Nissan going through, that was Rand McGlurk. And have a look at this beast here, the number 27. Nothing like kind of running Alan Jones's World Championship number car on the side of your big Falcon for Alan Argento. And it looks the goods, doesn't it? Have a look at that thing.
It's definitely a well-presented car. It's there's definitely a few blocks of flats there, isn't there? It's they're definitely pushing a fair hole in the air, and I think Rand's Nissan's opening up the air gap for him. So as we can see, it looks like Thomas has backed off a little bit there. Maybe some lap traffic already.
That's going to be the issue if they're here not to win races. That's going to be a result of trying to get lap records, I'm sure. But have a look at Cam. He's going back down through the gearbox there. Rich on the overrun there. Ray Hislop's getting a bit of a spray of some unburnt fuel coming into his cabin. Won't worry him. In fact, 2 guys that have come from Club Cars / Improved Production out there now in their sports sedans. Of course, Dean Cam just recently posting on social medias his old black RX-7 that he used to run back in the Club Car days. So these guys will know each other from previous categories in the past, as we just see passing off the bottom of the camera there is Thomas Randall.
Definitely 2 fierce competitors and 2 different machines, and it's good to see these guys. They're going to both give each other room. They're hard races, but they're both fair races, and having raced with both of them, I know that they're not going to do anything silly, but they are going to start to come into some lap traffic.
So we've got just under half race lap distance here in the Groove Train Eastland Victorian Sports Sedans, supported by QP Lubes and National Blind Supplies. We've got car 50 just making way between turns 1 and turn 3, short-cutting the track through there, and that's Matthew Horn.
It is a quicker way of doing it for future reference. And I think
you just got to have the ground clearance to get through.
You just got to try to get. I don't think I'd ever try it, but I think these 2 have obviously Cam's now come across some lap traffic, and I think he's a bit hesitant to get through it. So this may this is going to play into it.
Certainly is, and Dean Cam's going to have to get up the inside there. A couple of these Vic V8 guys just gradually get out of their way now. They're going to know they're alive as these 2 cars draw alongside. Dean Cam in that TA1 style of sports sedan looks absolutely brilliant. Here the turbo whooshka coming out of the Evo out of turn 4 there.
Music to my ears, Darren. Music to my ears. So maybe he's got that 6,000 pounds.
Maybe. Be happy for 30. Really happy, actually, with 30. It'd be a good place to be.
30, yep.
The new lawn car of Ray Hislop. We've seen him here many, many times before. GTRspec.com.au across the rear bumper. Ray needs very little introduction to the Improved Production ranks. He was their king for quite some time. Sat on the throne there for a long time and has made his way into sports sedans. Did some Super 2 racing as well. And I think his intent in sports sedans is to put the crown back on the head. Now, this car gives you absolutely no clues as to what it's about. It looks like it's just come out of the car park and joined in on the race. It's a pretty serious race car, number 4 there at the moment. That's Adam Caddo, and he is currently sitting in 19th place. Started out of 19th, but really gives you a look at what a Walkinshaw road car looked like.
Definitely
same sort of colour.
Screw some plates on it and out to dinner tonight, I reckon. It's you definitely wouldn't know by looking at it sitting in the pits that it was a race car, but obviously it looks like an amazing, well-presented car. And here we go with Vala's Commodore. He's been a long-time campaigner. It's good to see all these guys back and a massive field of sports sedans. It's so good to see that we've got 29 cars for round 1 of the year, and hopefully that carries on the whole way through the championship.
Rand McGlurkin now out of 14th, up to 11th place, puts Hender down 1 spot now, and have a look at him go. There it is, the black Nissan. He loves his Super GT racing, and he loves bringing the Nissans to the racetrack. He's got some He's got a new piece of equipment in the garage, which he went all the way over to Western Australia to collect, and I think he's realised it's a bit more of a resuscitation than what he thought it was going to be. And
I think he also realised how far that is away as well. So judging by talking to him,
coming back
it was a fair drive to pick that car up. But it's good to see Ran resurrecting a few cars in the championship and out here, obviously racing. He does it just him and his dad, and his brother's out here as well supporting him. So it's great to see Ran out here. He just loves it. He's a sports sedan man through and through.
Yeah, the McGlurkins need very little introduction. His brother raced many years ago in the championships as well, and certainly his dad has been around sports cars for a long time. Great to see his dad back at the track after a bit of a nasty crash in the Aston Martin last year, but it's hard to keep them away. And there it is, the Evo with smoke coming out of the back and not too much more whooshka.
No, I really feel for Kevin there. He's been trying with this car as long as he's owned it. Obviously, it's from a time attack background, and those time attack cars are very highly strung. So hopefully for Kev, it's nothing super major. It looks like it's still motoring along all right. So hopefully he can have a bit of a look at that. But yeah, no one ever likes seeing that, whether they're a competitor, rival, whatever. You never want to see anything.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Brett, but if it's a turbo, it comes out the exhaust pipe. That's actually coming out from the middle of the car.
Yeah, it's a bit concerning. I was speaking to him the other week about, he was out here testing when we had our car out, and he said there was an oil line fitting that kept coming loose. Now, being Kev, I don't know if it's this Evo or another Evo or a different coloured Evo, but let's just hope he can get it into the pits, turn it off and save it, and hopefully come back tomorrow with a bit more oomph in it, and hopefully a couple more £1,000.
He had this exact issue yesterday. It was a bit of an oil leak as well here in private practice, so obviously got to rectify that concern. Here comes Dean Cam climbing up the hill. He will go through on one of the Vic V8s, car number 36 there, goes through on him, which is Nathan Bell. Here comes Ray Hislop and a couple of the Vic V8 cars as well, car number 50. And we're talking just inside the top 24. These two cars here, car number 50, which is Horn and Ratcliffe in the mix there as well. Just keeping an eye on Thomas Randall at the moment, a 1:13.66 on that last lap, but a best lap of a 1:09.26, and we're being told 2 laps to go. And I guess the biggest issue, Brett, for Thomas right now is getting himself a bit of clear track.
Yeah, I've just been having a look. I think he's going to get stuck with this one, and I think from my point of view, it's probably something you would probably wait until tomorrow morning now, and a little bit cooler conditions. I think it's going to be a little bit cooler tomorrow. It's about 24 degrees out there at the moment, but it looks like Horn's made another little bit of an excursion. So I reckon Thomas has definitely got the right head on his shoulders, and obviously with all his supercar experience, he's probably just going to leave this one. Prove me wrong, don't get me wrong about that. But yeah, I think he might just put this one in the bag for this race and keep a sensible head on his shoulders, and don't give the boys too much work to do tonight.
Oh, Dean Cam runs wide as well there, gets around Mark Kukuri. Had just a little bit of a mishap there trying to get round the Kukuri VN, but it does so. Gets the pedal down nicely. There goes Thomas Randall now, and that was a 1:14.11.45, and he's got a decent gap in front of him on the last lap here. Last lap board is out. Goes David Hender. Here we go. Having a look at Thomas Randall now. He's got a clear track in front of him. Let's see the attitude of the car. Gee, the bumps come pronounced with a really top-line sports sedan, don't they? The rear wing wobbles.
Moves around a lot, and he's definitely hustling here. So he's getting it on the curbs and definitely fighting it around there. So hopefully he can string this one together. He might make this without getting lap traffic before he comes on the straight. But look at the closing speed.
It is massive, isn't it? You cast your eyes to the top of the hill and just watch. He's going to catch these cars down in Dandenong Road. So we don't have individual sector times to our avail this weekend, but it would be interesting to see this middle sector on this lap. Yeah, he's having to move out from behind that Falcon there to get a clear lap through. Blue flag's being waved, so they know he's coming. There's no denying the fact that the 49 is coming because the blue flags are being waved, and a couple of really good competitors in front of him as well. Brings it to the line to take the race victory, and Randall takes it, and on the last lap, a 1:09.5834, some time away from ultimately that lap record, which my records say Tony Ricciardello has at a 1:07.90. I thought it was Jordan Caruso that took it in the John Gourlay Audi, but I'm going to have to check that record. I will stand corrected if I'm untrue. And there's a good mate of mine, an auto action journalist in Sydney watching on, Gary O'Brien, if you can check that for me. And it's nice to have these people that you can call on from all around the world.
I'm just looked at my phone, and apparently my engine builder wants to know when the 6,000 pounds come into it too. So we'll confirm that one later, but thanks for dropping me in on that one, Darren. Thank you very much.
I was colloquially referring to that, and I don't mean to get you in any trouble. The race does go on, though. Here we've got the 72 of Ben McLeod, a guy who last year was just ticking the boxes as a guy to watch in the future, because very sensible, very deliberate, and you could see the laps. You know when someone's doing a good job, because the laps get faster and faster and faster. Each time I hit the track, it's 1/10, it's this and that all the way.
I'm pretty sure Ben's now got a sequential in this car as well. It used to be a sequentially shifted H pattern before, so pretty sure he's now got that upgrade, and we've got our turn 1 car park going on here as well. So this is actually, from a driver's point of view on this is probably one of the most challenging parts of it. Is you now got a extremely hot race car, you've stopped on the racetrack, and sometimes they just don't fire up or move. So here we have our final results, Darren.
Yeah, Thomas Randall in the 49 doing a brilliant job, ultimately home by 22 seconds over Dean Cam to Ray Hislop. Great to see the new line racer out there as well. Kevin Stoopman bringing it home there as well. Francois Habib in 5, and John Ipolotto, who has got Darren Hossack, who's been helping him in the background as well. So there's some bit of royalty involved with the number 97 there. Brian Finn, great result. Ben McLeod, really proud of Ben to do that, as well as Cam McKee. That's a terrific result. A red Falcon that everyone would think has got 800 horsepower, 700 horsepower. He probably has, because it's a turbo inline 6. But something different, really is something different, is a turbocharged 6 in the front of a Falcon Sports sedan. Ray Hislop stopped to the driver's right there, and he is looking like he wants to get a tow off the side. And
pulled up as well, to be honest.
Parker as well. So a couple of very hot sports sedans, and as you said, Brett, very hard to get them refired.
Yep.
And we'll see those cars be recovered. Brett Dickey, thank you very much for joining us today. Hopefully you can make it back here tomorrow, but mate, if you can't, and I understand the family thing, it's interesting, I haven't been to a race meeting since December last year, and missing my family here today myself as well. So if you can't get back, mate, thank you so much for coming here, and what's going to transpire in the next couple of months, all the very, very best, and I'll be certainly keeping an eye on the social medias to see how my new T-shirt goes coming from Pikes Peak, and of course how your results start to pan out.
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you for having me, and like I said, I'll do my best to come back tomorrow, and obviously help you guys with the sports sedan calling and try to give a driver's point of view. But like I said, I'll do my best over there and fly the Australian flag as much as I can, but I'll make sure if I pass a merchandise store I stop for you this year, because I can't go another 12 months about hearing this. So I'm pretty sure I've got your size of T-shirt written everywhere, my hands, my arms.
I'll DM you, mate. It's all right.
I reckon you will.
If it looks like you're about to forget, I'll DM you.
So I'll see what I can do for you, Dad. The last thing I want to do is fall up short again, because I can't keep doing this. But yes, I'll see what I can.
Because the commentary when you're racing gets really bad for you when you don't do that.
Yeah, so briberies come in the form of T-shirts from World Tracks.
Whatever you want to call it.
So, like I said, thank you for having me up here, and hopefully all these sports sedan guys can get their cars together, and hopefully we can see Lynch's car back out there. No time we ever want to see a sports sedan pulled up on the side of the track, but I'm sure with the Ravage guys on it, they'll get that car running again.
Thank you very much, Brett Dickey. That brings to conclusion the first race for the Groove Train Eastland, race number 1 for the Victorian Sports Sedan Association. We will be back on track in just a couple of moments with Formula V. Steve DeVries and Dan McCarthy will be in the booth. Back soon.
Home will be familiar with this face. This is Lee Partridge, and behind him is his Sabre 02, and he's very kindly agreed to take the microphone from me and give you a quick technical overview of what a Formula V is. So without further ado, here is Lee Partridge.
Cheers, thanks Callum. Yeah, so this is my Sabre 02, built by Ball & Racing Developments here in Melbourne. It's a local company. The car was built in 2010. It is a Formula V, which is a Volkswagen-based category, a 1600cc Volkswagen engine, so early Beetle Volkswagen kind of engine and gearbox. Front of the car is also Volkswagen-based H-beam. That's all the controlled components that are in this category. We have all sorts of cool things though, like Penske shocks, rack and pinion steering, which is a bit more modern. This car does have full data, so we were able to have Motec data logging in the dash. Things like line lock and all sorts of cool stuff that Formula Fords have. This car actually shares a lot of componentry with a Ball and Formula Ford in regards to the chassis structure of how the car's built, and then they've adapted the Formula V stuff to it. So yeah, 1600 as I said, 4-speed H-pattern gearbox, which is straight out of a Volkswagen Beetle, just reverse so it can actually drive in a straight line forwards, because the engine is in a Beetle is the other way around. So slight modifications to make it work, but it's all fairly standard and very much control category. So there's lots of rules and regulations in the internals of the engine regarding piston weights and flywheel weights and all sorts of things like that. So have a fuel tank in there behind the seat, which is roughly about 15 litres capacity. We don't use a lot of fuel in these cars, being such a small capacity car. They're a controlled Dunlop tyre. In the back it's Penske shock as well. But other than that, it's very, very basic sort of car. Fiberglass bodywork, which half of it is off at the moment that you can see. But we run all sorts of cool things to try and get a leg ahead with the rest of the category. It's a control category, so everyone's effectively got the same speed. That's up to the driver's input to make them go fast. And yeah, other than that, Formula V, come and have at it.
Big thank you to Lee Partridge there in the garages earlier today with Callum Brannigan. Great overview of what this category is all about. Formula V racing is at its finest here at Sandown and of course at Phillip Island, where it illustrates just how powerful the tow of these Formula V cars can be. Race 1 here on Saturday afternoon with thanks to GR Motorsport Electrics, Gary Rowe and Jake Rowe for all your motorsport electric needs. Sadly, Jake Rowe not here this week, and I'm told he's rather unwell and was a late withdrawal from the meet. So we wish you well, Jake. Get well soon. It would be fantastic to see you back at the racetrack sometime soon, because Jake Rowe, here, Dan McCarthy, is one of the men that can hold a candle to some of these front runners here in Formula V racing. So Heath Collinson and Reef McCarthy are the ones that have finished 1 and 2 in the State Series last year, and Jake Rowe is the only one that could really get close. But that might be about to change. The pack is getting ever closer in Formula V.
Absolutely, as you say. It's sort of great to see some young names that debuted last year that really progressed as the year went on, and we expect them to be very good and in contention throughout this year. As we see the flag at the back wave, we are green, now we are looking at the lights.
Heath Collinson and a newcomer to the category this year, Tyrone Wiseman on the front row from John Casamati and Reef McCarthy, the two Beechams on the second row. Then Lee Partridge, Adam Nicholson, Nick Jones, Braden Sturr, Brodie Thompson and Rob Vile is your top 10. A little bit of late breaking mail coming through, which we'll cover in just a few moments, but right now it's all about the start, and a great launch by the Paul Corcoran prepared Jacer, checkmate rather, the number 39 of Tyrone Wiseman walks it off the line beautifully ahead of Heath Collinson, and now Reef McCarthy off the second row of the grid. He wants a slice of the action too. He may very well round them up on the run to turn 1 here. Wiseman just maybe a little bit tentative, or just didn't quite have the top end speed at the bottom end of the straight, and well, usual suspects went back to the front, didn't they?
Just didn't take very long.
Didn't take very long at all.
McCarthy from 4th up to position number 1, just like that, before turn number 1. That's how you do it, using a bit of tow. That's the thing with the Formula V, it doesn't necessarily mean whoever got the best start leads to turn 1, and as you can see, it's all about the slipstream, all about the tow, and that's what the snake-like behaviour is down the back straight.
That's right. Now, it's important to know this is not defending. This is McCarthy literally trying to get Heath Collinson off his rear exhaust pipe as quickly as he possibly can. Interesting to note, last year's state champion in Heath Collinson has not opted to run the number 1. He's retained the number 31 that has adorned the Collinson Black Angus Sabre 02 for the last couple of years. It is at the discretion. It's not a mandatory requirement to run the number 1. The option was just there for Heath. He's decided, nope, I don't want to run it. I've run number 31 for plenty of years and I want to keep that going. Now, you noticed as well that Collinson started on pole. There was a little bit of a late-breaking change. It was actually Reef McCarthy who took pole position earlier this morning, but I believe there's been a little bit of a late protest that was lodged about some passing under yellow flags, or double-wave yellow flags, in fact, throughout the qualifying session this morning, as Casamati is fending off Lee Partridge here. There was a number of cars off the road at Dandenong Road and one at the last corner as well, so there may have been a few disputes that needed to be settled after qualifying was over, hence why McCarthy was back on row number 2, and it caught us by a bit of surprise. We were only handed the grid sheet about 2 minutes before we went to air with this one, so it was a very late decision to make that change and send McCarthy back 3 spots from where he qualified.
Yeah, it really was just a very strange qualifying session with yellow flags everywhere, and it was a case of, did you improve in that portion of the racetrack? And yeah, there was a few people asking questions at the end of that session, so it appears a couple of positions up and down the grid were changed, including that pulsar to Reef McCarthy.
Certainly was. So Sabres 1, 2, 3 and 4. So McCarthy, Collinson, John Casamati and Lee Partridge. There's been a change of position. Someone's off in a gravel trap. It's a cloud of smoke and dust in there, and that's Brodie Thompson. That's one of the newcomers. That's in the 8 Homes and Urban Edge Homes Jace up, and he's going to need some extraction out of there. He will not get out under his own steam, and I would not be surprised to see a very early safety car called, because unlike this morning, where the cars were buried pretty much right almost up to the fence, the far end fence in the Dandenong Road gravel trap, that one is in a very precarious position and not too far away from the edge of the racetrack. Let's see how it plays out. For the moment, it's still green flag running, but not for very much longer, because just as we called it, there it is. Safety car has been called.
I think really the only logical decision there, that's not out of harm's way for sure, and that is buried deep. I think you struggle to get out of that with four-wheel drive. It's that deep. That's certainly up to almost the front nose of the car. So, bit of a reset as we see the cool circuit to pick up the pack. Bit of jostling for position, but as we say, the main protagonists up the pointy end early in this one.
Hopefully this won't be a very long extraction for the number 15. So Brodie Thompson, one of the couple of newcomers into the category this year. So this is his first year. And another newcomer we talked about was the man who was on the front row there, Tyrone Wiseman. He's actually from New South Wales, and he's doing a 12-month stint as it stands right now in Formula V, possibly in preparation for an assault in Formula Ford next year. So wait to see the next stage in his career and how he goes over the course of the next 12 months. So that's an interesting stepping stone. So a lot of drivers will come straight out of karting, they'll have the money, they'll go actually straight into Formula Ford. In this case, going into Formula V, just getting used to, I guess, 4 corners on a car that it's an open wheel category, and then stepping up into Formula Ford depending on how the year pans out. So that's actually not a bad way of sort of approaching it, is it?
What I take from it as well is brilliant car control, clearly pole position on debut, or sorry, second
Front
place.
row, yep.
Yes, second place on debut. But obviously, racecraft in the first couple of laps needs a bit of work, and that's what it all comes down to. First
standing start,
yes,
essentially, isn't
exactly.
it? In one of these cars. So
what a start! Comfortably led straight off the mark, but yeah, in the first couple of laps has been jostled back a couple of positions, and now sits in 6th position. You mentioned the chaos and the carnage in the qualifying session earlier on today. One of those was Andre Kurin, one of the contenders last year. So yeah, he was one of the people that improved as the season went on and became a real race contender late on in the season. Didn't take any race wins, but finished 3rd in the championship. A really consistent year. Not a consistent start though in qualifying. One of those cars that broke down at the final corner. broke down the final corner, didn't set any qualifying lap, qualified right at the back, but a great start now inside the top 10 already in just a couple of laps.
Yeah, he's made a really good progress from the back of the grid, or second last on the grid essentially for Andre Kieran. As you said, he had set a lap time, but it really wasn't truly representative. It was about 10 seconds or so off the pace in qualifying. And then his campaign as a rookie last year, absolutely stellar. Probably for my mind, he was Rookie of the Year.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, he's a little bit older to get what they call the Vaughan Galenzo Young Gun Award for the club. That actually went to Reef McCarthy for being under the age of, I think it was under 18, with Andre being a little bit older, wasn't able to qualify for that particular award. But yeah, in my mind, stellar year. And the sponsors on board that car, the Aussie Boat Sales, IntelliTrack, the Exotic Fleet Branding and Pitter Patter Paws, they've had a great year. They loved what he did last year. They've all signed back on board for this year. There he is, just in the queue back there, the very bright highlight orange and pink car making its way through the field. So they've seen that he's done an exceptional job in 2022. They've come back on board for 2023, and the safety car is about to go in, and Collinson goes at the first opportunity. So caught them napping here. I think that's a good restart from Collinson. Usually the pack racing is very, very good up until the safety car line, but Collinson steals a little bit of a march right at the very first opportunity of asking, and leaves Partridge to have a little bit of a look at McCarthy. Had a nice tow down the front straight and has the racing line, but McCarthy has the inside line and protects that second place.
Yeah, it's a really good race start, as you say, from Collinson right behind the safety car. As soon as the safety car pulled into the lane, he was right there and already accelerating away. So nice use of his racecraft, and that's so key in Formula V with such a slipstream and such a tow. It's so much down to racecraft and using your head. You can be a fast driver, but if you don't use your head wisely, you won't win races in Formula V.
That's precisely the right attitude that they need to take here. You know, if you don't have a wise head on wise shoulders, you are going to struggle to win the race, because that's where your racecraft comes into play. A bit further down the back of the top 10 here, you've got the number 21 machine of Nick Kerr, the Silver Fox Racing entry, which is a new outfit this year, making his way through the field. Adam Nicholson just ahead of him, and Andre Kieran just behind. There was actually a pretty nasty incident in qualifying between the 21 of Nick Kerr and the 95 of Adam Nicholson, who's putting the blowtorch on the back of the Star Res machine of Ash Clifford here. They came together on the front straight, almost right at the start-finish stripe, and they've had to, right about here, and they've had to get both those cars repaired and facing the right direction. They deemed it a racing incident. It was just a case of one driver missed a gear and the other ran up the backside of the other, and there wasn't really much that either driver could do to avoid the contact. So, right decision by the stewards to call it a racing incident. Cars repaired, no injuries, just a bit of bruised egos and a bit of a bruised race cars, but they're back out there. And I think Nicholson, I would like to see probably try and latch on to the back of this leading group of six, because he was quite quick toward the end of last year. He was very quick in the Nationals as well, save for the very last race, where unfortunately had another coming together at the last corner and took him out of the finale.
Yes, and as we look here, the first race of this season, it's certainly not plain sailing for the two protagonists. They are at the pointy end, but they have several cars behind them. As I look down towards the rear end of the field, it's on for young and old further back as well. We see
shortcut for Rob Vile, shortcut through the runoff there, and rejoins in behind one of the Acura cars there, which there's actually been a bit of swapping back and forth. There's a new car in that stable, so Damien Spinello's moved up into one of the Jaces this year, and likewise Braden Sturr has also got himself in the Jace there. He's fighting tooth and nail right now ahead of Nick Kerr. Andre Kieran's gazumped a lot of them. He's moved through and gained an extra spot or two. That should bring him up to position number 9. And Kerr is struggling to hold on to position 10 here alongside Braden Sturr, who just tucks back in behind the number 21 Sabre 02 all but briefly. Time running out here on the clock on the left-hand side of your screen there, 6 minutes by our judgment of numbers. So probably about 4 laps left in this race.
Enough for everything to change.
That's the thing, isn't it? You think that the race is settled in Formula V, but it's never settled until the final lap.
As we see, heading down the back straight, 3 wide. So there we go. That is Partridge, isn't it? Yes, moving straight into the lead from 3rd on the straight. So that just proves it, that it can all change.
Something went flying. Yep, that was an exhaust. That was an exhaust that went flying. Oh, switch on the inside here. Collinson down inside. Is it McCarthy's exhaust that's gone?
Yes,
it looks like it.
Yeah.
So that's come adrift just all by itself. No contact involved there. Oh, a little bit. Was there some contact there? Nick Jones potentially had to take a very, very urgent piece of corrective action to avoid being hit by Heath Collinson. That was mightily close. There's the loose exhaust rolling down the incline, and hopefully that's going to get out of the way in time, because that's the racing line through, actually it's off the racing line now. That's thankful that it's found a resting place. It's away from these cars. But Lee Partridge, welcome back to the front of a Formula V field. This will be a long time since he's been out in front in any form of racing.
What's happened is here, these two, McCarthy and Collinson, the title protagonists from last year, have ended up battling with each other. And even Jones has got in there as well, and it's allowed Partridge to pull a nice margin of 1 second. But if they work together, a bit like what you see in Moto 3, they should be able to catch up using the toe. But they've got to work together. It's whether or not they're willing to do that.
No, that's right. Oh, Josh Munro, he's off at turn 1. He's in the weeds. He's well in the weeds. So, actually, is that turn 1? Yes, it is turn 1. So he's out of the gravel trap, thankfully, but well off the line. These two go to battle again, side by side for the second time. Down here. Oh, McCarthy has gone over the curb, and
Collinson
as well. And Jones gets 2 positions, with McCarthy taking, I guess, the all 4 wheels in the air route, and now Collinson out of business.
That's our reigning champion. Finished all races last year.
He's not happy as well, and I can attest to why. I was about to say, don't rule the likes of Wiseman and Casamati out of this group as well, because they were tacked onto the back. If anything was going to go wrong, they were going to be in prime position to capitalise. They still might feature in this. Double waved yellows at Dandenong Road, so they're hoping that they might be able to finish this race without having to put the safety car out. Jones now loses position to Reef McCarthy, but has Partridge got enough of a margin to hold on here? That's the real question.
So last year, Collinson finished every race. He only won 1 of the 15 races, but won the title through sheer consistency. McCarthy won 7 races, won 3 rounds,
and a couple of DNFs.
But he didn't win the title because he had DNFs, but it's on the other foot this time.
No contact, so there was no contact, but I'm wondering if maybe something may have, I don't know, did something break on Collinson's number 31 Sabre 02 as he sort of took a bit of an unusual line through that part of the track?
I don't know if he saw McCarthy rejoining awkwardly, left him a bit of room, and he was out a bit too much in the marbles, out in the dirty stuff, and couldn't get it slowed down.
Checkered flag is out, so Heath Collinson out of business. Reef McCarthy not going to have enough time, I fear, to catch up to the back of Lee Partridge's number 28. And the man who we saw about 20 minutes ago giving a great overview of what it's like to be in Formula V racing is going to get a win in Formula V. Long time between drinks for race wins for Lee Partridge. Welcome to the top step of the podium.
Very good. Very good start to it. Fire on the back.
Fire on the number 3 for Braden Stern. He's going to try. He's done the right thing though, to try and stop the car from running down the hill. Drama on the last lap. Drama in the last 3 laps. Loose exhaust. Car's going off. And, well, now a car on fire. Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad on the scene really quickly to put that out. That could be some costly damage. So Braden Sturr falls out of a potential top 10 finish to see, wow. I'm speechless. I wasn't expecting any of that to finish the way that it did.
And it's got such important championship implications in race number 1 of the season as well. This all, it's now Collinson who's got to play catch up for the rest of the season almost. It's a big haul of points that he's lost in on day number 1. But as you said, it started off with your dramatic first qualifying session, and it's just continued throughout the day. Kurin, who we say was involved in he stopped in qualifying, one of the title contenders last year, recovered to 8th. That's pretty good, and if you look at one of his title rivals didn't finish, well, from his point of view, that's even better.
Absolutely. So running through the top 10 here, Lee Partridge with a win. So there's a long time between wins and podium finishes for Lee Partridge. Ahead of Reef McCarthy, who just couldn't quite get there in the end. Nick Jones, an excellent third in the 1998 model Jace-Up. And then Tyrone Wiseman, and then you've got the 5th place was, I think it was Adam Nicholson. So that's what's happened to Braden Sturr. I don't know, does it look like there's any... Oh, so close to being some secondary contact.
Engine failure.
Yeah.
There's oil all over the track behind him, hence also why he went into the corner backwards as well. There's been a big engine failure there. That's why he had to leap out. He knew there was a fire. He knew what had happened. But yeah, look at that massive trail of oil. And I imagine there'll be a trail of oil going all the way down the back straight as well.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. And I know the Acura crew have actually had a bit of a difficult time over the last couple of weeks. They've had several engine rebuilds, and they've actually done an engine change in another one of their cars overnight as well. So this is another setback on what's been a very difficult weekend for the Pitman Trucks backed outfit for Acura Motorsport, and this is going to take some sort of digesting to understand why there was some sort of an oil failure or some sort of an oil issue that's led to a fire aboard car number 3.
Did really well there to get it out and keep it off the road as well, because of course you don't want the car rolling back over a live racetrack. So he did really well there to stop the car, get out safely, considering the circumstances. As we look at the results from race number 1, so we don't, because that's Heath Collinson at the top. So
yeah, I think that's the qualifying
it is
actually there. So there's been a bit of an issue with the timing coming through. So Lee Partridge from Reef McCarthy, Nick Jones, Tyrone Wiseman, and Adam Nicholson. That is the top 5, followed by John Casamati and then Ash Clifford in 6th and 7th. And we've just lost the balance of the Formula V field with thanks to GR Motorsport Electrics. That is race number 1 for Formula V. Short break here, and on to some faster things. Improved production up on the other side of this.
Down here in the MGs and Invited British Sports Cars paddock, and behind me is this beautiful Jaguar, and it belongs to this man, Mike Roddy. Thank you for joining us.
Cheers, thank you for having a look at it.
Could you tell us a little bit about this significant Jaguar?
Well, this beautiful car was one of 4 built for the 1984 ETC to enable Tom Walkinshaw to win the Drivers' Championship, which he did, and this car was most absolutely instrumental in that incredible feat.
And as I understand, this is the exact car that won the 1985 Bathurst?
She's the exact car that 3-wheeled across the top of the mountain, the exact car that set the lap record, fastest lap along the way, and she's a monumental achiever. And it's still largely original.
So viewers at home would be familiar with its screaming V12, but could you just tell us exactly what it's like when you're plucking gears and screaming through the rev range in this car?
Oh, it's amazing because you never get sick of the noise. It's a great sound. It just howls. A sound that never leaves you. Even when you watch the old replays on TV, or if you're at Bathurst at the time, it's a sound that you could never forget. Many people say it's one of the best sounding cars of all time, and I'd have to agree, actually.
I would have to agree with that as well. So we say a big thank you to Mike Roddy for joining us down here in the pit paddock.
Welcome back to the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series here at Sandown Motor Raceway, and we're picking up after what was a frantic and at times very, very entertaining Formula Vee race just gone. You're looking at the Acura Motorsport Jacer number 3 of Braden Sturr, which caught fire at the end of the race, which we believe is an oil failure that has led to some sort of engine fire that's gone on there. So a bit of a difficult pill to swallow for the 5-car team down there in pit lane at the moment, and I dare say, Dan McCarthy, it's going to be a short while before the next race gets underway for Improved Production, who actually for a point in time were actually sponsored by 888 Home Loans last year. So it's great to see them stepping up their involvement, not just at a category level. I think they had about 3 categories last year that the sticker adorned on either a rear wing or a side skirt or a front door banner. They've stepped it up and gone up into the overall category. The overall series itself this year. So big thank you to Cam McKinnon and the crew for showing the faith in the Victorian State Race Series.
Yeah, as you say, they've sort of grown with the blendline coverage, haven't they? They're involved a bit last year, and with, as you say, improved production, and they've stepped up their involvement this year to become the naming rights sponsor of the whole Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship banner, which is just awesome to have a brand on board in terms of naming rights sponsorship, and it really shows that this championship really is important to a lot of people, and it's proving that here this year with grid sizes growing once more. It really is continuing to grow this series year upon year.
Yeah, you're right. As you talk about growing grid sizes as well, we look at the Formula V's that we just saw out there. 25 cars, which is a couple of cars up on this time from last year. We've also had occasions where we've had interstate competitors come and join the fields. We've had national series level cars come and join the fields at those sort of combined events. So, as you said, the exposure is growing the product. It's growing some of these grids, and it's really getting people interested in thinking, you know what, we've got a Blendline TV broadcast. We've got a naming rights sponsor in 888 Home Loans. We're going to get our cars out of the garages because it's great for our friends and our family, and not only that, sponsors on all the cars to have their product placement front and centre in front of the audience.
As well, it's so easily accessible on Blendline TV, isn't it? There's always talk of Foxtel, I've got to pay, X amount a month, and you get as well, same with Stan Sports and, Amazon and all of those other streaming services, but Blendline TV, it's on Facebook, it's on YouTube, it's easily accessible for everybody, not just around the nation, but also around the world. Anybody can tune in at any time, wherever they are. Even in a week's time, you can catch up, watch a replay. It's just so easily accessible for everybody.
Yeah, and I love reading through the comments when I watch the live streams back when I get home at night, or throughout the week if I haven't had any time, and seeing all the comments coming in, not just from people around the country, but globally. There's people that I've seen in Brazil, and people in Spain, and people in America, and people everywhere around the world. They just love what sort of racing goes on here. They're like, you know what, we don't have these categories in our country, but this is fantastic stuff to watch.
Circuit XLs. Where else do you have Circuit XL racing?
Well, I think the only place you would have Circuit XLs, just XLs in general, would be in their home country. That's about as good as it actually gets. I think maybe in Britain you might get them as well, because it was a product that was exported to the UK at one point or another. But where do you get them as a racing category?
That's right.
You don't get them anywhere else but in Australia. So we're being told about a minute is what is left on the clock for the clean-up to be completed, and then we'll be underway with Improved Production. With thanks to Prestige Hino, which is Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. They're actually not far from here. They're down in Dandenong South on the Princess Highway, or Dandenong Road as it is called. So you think of Dandenong Road corner, which is down at turn 9 here at Sandown. That is the road that you want to travel down to get to Prestige Hino. And also along with Yokohama, DLL Photography and Design. They've been great sponsors for Improved Production over the years. And Prestige Hino, they've come back on board for the second year of running, along also with Pro Cut Tree Services, who've come back on board for the second year in a row. So great to see a continuing sponsor base for Improved Production. Now, the big news in Improved Production, Dan McCarthy, is going to be happening on the other side of this break. I'm going to keep everybody in suspense for a little bit. The big news in improved production is going to happen on the other side of this little break. Okay, now that we are back from the break, it's time to go improve production racing here at Sandown International Motor Raceway with thanks to Prestige Hino. And here we are, the long straight into the first action zone at turn number 1. You get it wrong on the curb there, you go spinning out of commission. You get it wrong over the curbs here at turn 3, you're going to upset your run into turn 4 and potentially upset your run all the way up this big long back straight. And then it's commitment zone, down the hill through 6, 7, 8 and into turn 9. And then off to the last chicane and around the final corners to complete the 3.1 kilometres and 13 turns of this iconic Victorian circuit, bumpy Victorian circuit. So let's have a look at how the grid is going to line up here in improved production. It's back to the future for Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. The multi-time State Series champion finds himself in a bit of an unfamiliar spot with some of the late breaking news that we'll go through very shortly on the front row of the grid with Danny Timewell, Ian McLennan and Cade Lehman, the General's men ruling the roost here at Sandown for improved production. The top 4 cars on your screen there, all powered by the General's power plant. Alongside with Peter Dixon, that makes it 5, and then Mark Tutton from New South Wales make it 6, then Jinwook Song make it 7. 7 cars, the top 7 cars, all with Holden power on board. And then Bryce Peter Budge, apparently still going to be starting out of position 8, but I believe may not be taking the start here. Then you get to Stephen Zorkas, the STZ Constructions Honda Civic, out of position 9, one of very few under 2 litre cars in this field. Then you got Richard Valentich, Grant Ogle, and then the number 55 machine of Carl Parsons. Rick Hogan, Stephen Gorman, Stuart Dearden, and Peter McLean on the next few rows of the grid there. And rounding it all off, Nicholas Agar, Wayne Decker, Brad Ross, and Scott Appledore in the Hyundai XL. So the big news coming out of improved production is the absence of last year's top 2 finishers in the Victorian State Race Series, Adam Poole and Jared Tonks, the 2 front runners for pretty much every race last year. Dan McCarthy not here this weekend for various reasons. So opening the door for Luke Gretsch-Cumbo and potentially some others to have a crack at putting a good haul of points in the bank for this year's State Series title.
Yeah, absolutely. Pole sitter Gretsch-Cumbo was the man 3rd in the championship last year. Lehman just behind, or a couple of rows behind, starting in position number 4. He was 4th in the championship last year. So apart from the top 2, everybody else is here.
That's right. All the big players are still in the right positions here. So we get a green flag at the back and the revs rise at the front of the field as the Holden power plants get set to do battle. VF Commodore versus HSV Senator on the front row, and off we go. A little bit further behind, Ian McLennan in the Pro Cut Tree Services car got a really poor start, completely missed the start, and he's been gazumped by Peter Dixon, and side by side go the front 2 pair, Timewell and Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. Who prevails into turn 1? It's the 3-time State Series champion in Luke Gretsch-Cumbo.
Just burst into wheel spin, didn't he? McClellan, tyre smoke pouring off the rear wheels of that machine down towards turn number 1. So he's plummeted, where do we reckon? 5th, 6th, I reckon.
Yeah, about 5th or 6th in the running order at the moment. 6th by the camera angle that we're looking at right there as well. And wondering if there's been another car that's maybe dropped down the field here as well. There was definitely a few cars out of position coming into the first few turns. And look at this, streeting away already is the 26. And a 5-second time penalty for Danny Timewell. So
Jumped the start.
Jumped the start. It must have been by, like, I don't know, split seconds?
No, it wasn't
No?
that he jumped. He was rolling at the time the lights went out. I was looking directly out the commentary box window, and he was rolling at the time the lights went out. So a costly mistake, and the steward straight on that within a lap. Really good stewarding there, straight on it, offering or giving the 5-second penalty. And I have to say, from my point of view, absolutely agree with that one. He was definitely rolling.
All right, eagle-eyed Dan McCarthy here in the box, keeping an eye on things. Here is the recovering number 115 belonging to Ian McLennan, toning in on the back of Peter Dixon's similar powered and similar silhouette body Holden Monaro, both the V2 Monaro in 4th and 5th positions. One with a little bit more mumbo in a straight line, 6-litre power plant in the Pro Cut Tree Services machine. Can he overhaul the Silver Bullet, the number 21 machine, up the back straight? Didn't look like he got a really good turn through turn 4, and he's actually lost some ground to Dixon coming out of turn number 4. So with the 5-second time penalty, Danny Timel's got to get a bit of a wriggle on here to put some distance between himself and Cade Lehman in the Bendigo Door Centre, number 26. And both the Monaros going up and over the backside of the curb at turn 8 there. Now the stewards have actually been right onto that throughout the course of the weekend so far as well. They've advised the drivers that if you stray over that too many times, you'll get a bad sportsmanship flag, as McClellan decides to get down the inside at turn 11 and 12 and takes the opportunity to snatch position 4 away from Peter Dixon.
And set a 1 minute 20.2. That's only a second off the top two, Gretsch Combo and Timewell, at the point end of the field. And I think in clear air he'll probably be matching that. So he'll be a contender late on in this one, as we see some cars that aren't Holdens battling towards the rear end of the field. We've got a Pulsar, we've got an old Audi. Oh, there's just everything and anything, isn't there? A little 86 in there as well.
Yeah, it's a Subaru BRZ actually. So you're right, you were close, because of course they share the same platform as the Toyota GT86 does the Subaru BRZ. So Peter McLean in the number 101 machine, mixing it up in there, which is actually Steven Zorkas's old car, with Steve a couple of years ago picking up the ex-Jordan Cox Honda Civic, and he's doing a fine job in under 2 litres at the moment aboard that very well-known machine.
Looks like he didn't take the start of this one though.
Yeah, I'm looking to see he's right down the order, so 19th in the running order there, and out of commission. Now, the car on the left, on the centre of your shot there, is actually visiting from New South Wales, the number 78 of Mark Tutton, which the livery on this car would be familiar to many viewers of years gone by, with Australian Touring Car Championship and what is now formerly V8 Supercars, and now just Supercars in general. The very, very famous liveries from back in the 90s.
Yeah, of course, 1990 livery with Wim Percy and Alan Grice, with those very familiar HRT colours coming to a stop.
Yeah, so that's not a great sign, and going to probably peel into the pits at the end of this lap. The fastest lap actually just flashed up for Danny Timewell, 1 minute 18.9, but he was only a tenth quicker last time around the Luke Gretsch Combo, and the margin's still at 1.6 seconds. So still a little while to go for Timewell to get to the back of the GC Electrical number 25. And you couldn't get two cars that were any different, could you, on the screen right now? Richard Valentich in the Tirana, and then the car that's a little bit sort of close to my heart because I used to own one, yes. The Grant Ogle Ford XR5 Turbo, the LV model XR5, which is actually, I noticed, is sporting the Sonic the Hedgehog arrangement rear wing on that, which is actually the rear wing you could only buy if you got the top line model, which was the two-door LV Ford Focus, which was basically the RS model car, which only made a limited number of those, and I think there was about 305 of them imported into the country.
I owned a Ford Focus, but you're nerding out with Ford Focus.
I still own a Ford Focus now. It just doesn't happen to be the one that goes and has 5 cylinders and goes fast. That's all. A bit of more of a sensible family man these days. I've got the LZ Focus Sport, which is actually not a too shabby product. So, but no, it's very close to my heart because it's actually such a great car. The power plant, of course, being a Volvo power plant, shared across many cars, not just, of course, the Ford XR5 Turbo. This is the man on the screen here, Cade Lehman, who's just been passed by Ian McLennan for third place. And Cade had a pretty good run through the State Series last year. He actually took it up to Luke Gretsch-Cumbo for a number of races. When the big boys were off fighting in front, your Adam Pools and your Jared Tonks, it was pretty much Ian McLennan when he was here, and then Cade Lehman and Luke Gretsch-Cumbo, the ones that were joined at the hip. So he's not had a great run through the field so far this time, Caleb. He qualified very well. His lap time's very impressive, but when the races got on with the job, he sort of hasn't been able to go with them in the early stages here.
Lehman may even have pipped Gretsch-Cumbo, won't ever know because he missed the second round, but if he didn't, could have been a different story even further, potentially up the championship, but as we say, finished fourth, just behind our current race leader, Gretsch-Cumbo. Just looking at Timewell, as we say, he's gaining on our race leader, just a couple of tenths a lap at the moment, but of course has that 5-second penalty. At the moment, that'll drop him. In fact, it won't, as I look now. No, it's just ticked over now on that previous lap to 6 seconds the margin. So he will stay where he is if it stays the way it is. The thing with those time penalties is if there's a late race safety car, it almost slaughters you.
That's right. So that's the last thing that he wants to see right now is the safety car having to be put out, because essentially that margin he's got over Ian McLennan in third place will be completely erased. So he won't have anything left to fight. He'll basically be well and truly outside the top 10. If it ended under safety car, it would be an absolute disaster for Danny Timewell. So for him, fingers crossed, and for his crew, fingers crossed that it doesn't happen. So Peter McLean has managed to get past Nathan Agar here in the 6191, which is an APRA Pulsar, one of the cars you'd see most commonly running throughout New South Wales. Yes. There actually is a full category for those Pulsars. I've actually driven one. They're actually not a bad piece of kit to drive, but again, another control category, much like the Hyundai XLs, but good to see that they're out here and competing, and they sort of fit into these regulations.
XLs took off in Victoria and took off in Queensland. In New South Wales, it was the Pulsar category that took off as the entry-level one-mate category, I suppose you call it, the cheap way of getting into motorsport. And yeah, numbers have skyrocketed in New South Wales, as we see. A little bit of a lock-up there for Gretsch-Cumbo. As that lead margin continues to shrink, he might be feeling a bit of pressure, but surely he's been told you do not need to worry about the man behind you.
Yeah, Michelle Goodall will be on the headset to him saying, don't worry about Danny. If he gets to the rear bumper of you, he's got a 5-second time penalty. So there won't be any real worries from the GC electrical camp right now. They're starting to encounter back runners. They've just passed Bradley Ross, who's in the back of shot. They're now navigating Wayne Decker in the number 2 Audi. And then just ahead, they've got the 2 under 2 litre cars we were just talking about a few moments ago, Nathan Agar and Peter McLean in the Subaru BRZ. So they're going to get woken up here, and it's going to be Luke Gretsch-Cumbo that has to do the waking up. Danny Timewell will probably have the easier run through the lap traffic here down the front straight, right out over the back of the ripple strip for the Senator. Not so the same for Danny Timewell. Inside to outside for Gretsch-Cumbo as well. What was his lap time in that time around? They're both in the 19s. And we're in the back of shot here. Ian McLennan has now got his hands full with Cade Lehman again. So this is a repass for position number 3 for the Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro.
Looks like McClellan's got the straight line advantage though. Pulled back through, but a bigger lock-up down into turn 1 allows Lehman to go around the outside. It's really hard to stick there just because of the way the corner's shaped and the fact that turn number 3 goes around to the left. So McClellan just about holds on, and really was just about. As we see there, we'll see McClellan now pull away once again down the back straight where horsepower is king, and we can see a couple of car lengths margin be pulled out as we get towards the 2 litre battle down the back straight, lapping the under 2 litre cars.
Great presence of mind there from Wayne Decker, just to pull over to the left-hand side and let the faster cars go through. That's good heads-up driving. Hopefully it'll be a similar sort of prospect for the 2 cars that are next in the queue, the little Pulsar and the BRZ. My heart was in my mouth for a minute when McLennan went through turn number 1, because he's been out that far on the ripple strip before, and unfortunately about 12 months ago it ended up turning him into the paddock, and he went for a tour through the grass, but there was no cars in the vicinity to aid that sort of little excursion this time around. It's a 5 minutes or so remaining on the clock, just by what you can see at the top of your timing screen there. So still plenty of time for positions to change hands. We've completed 8 laps for the leaders. Now further down the order, again, you couldn't get two cars that were completely dissimilar to each other. Just looking to see, this is actually not for position. That's actually for lap traffic. So for Grant Ogle, the number 32 machine there, Scott Appledore, that was being lapped. Timewell's lost a little bit of margin here over the course of the last lap or so. He's lost 3/10 on the previous two, the margin going the other way again. I think that's probably just a lap traffic situation for the number 11 Timewell Spent Racing Commodore. He's got the Prestige Hino logo. He's actually from Prestige Hino. This is actually not Danny's business, but he's very much entrenched within the Prestige Hino ranks. He's one of the sales managers that's out there, does a fantastic job promoting the Hino product, and they've seen the value and signed on for another 12 months with improved production. So it's great to have them back aboard, along with ProCut, DLL Photography and Design, and of course Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre. Danny Timewell actually, last year, in the last 2 years rather, he's been pioneering the 265 wide tyre. He's gone back to the 255 starting this year, and Bradley Ross, who's given his car a fresh paint job this year, is got a bit of smoke coming out of the right hand side of that car. I think it was actually, looks like it was from the exhaust, or is that actually from the front underside of the engine?
Front, I think that's just in front of the exhaust. Hard to tell. You see it come past our commentary box.
There's, I think, potentially going to be a black flag issued here for the, or a meatball flag rather, for car number 34.
At least he's doing the right thing. At least he's doing the right thing and moving off the racing line down pit straight, which is what we like to see. You don't want him to be on the racing line putting potential liquid down on the circuit. So yeah, that's good heads-up drive in there down the pit straight to not drive on the racing line and dirty up this racetrack. Lehman on the last lap set his personal best lap of the race, but through the back markers, it's McClellan who's just managed to extend the margin on the man behind him in the fight for third. Oh, we see Decker off, trying to get through the gravel in the Quattro.
He'll get out of this. He's got four-wheel drive in that Audi, so he's managed to get out of the gravel trap rather handsomely there. So mistake under brakes into Dandenong Road. Just kept the power on, kept the wheels moving. Four-wheel drive does the rest for Wayne Decker.
That's thanks to the rallying history of the Quattro.
Of the Quattro. He's actually got another car in the works. I think Wayne Decker is looking to get a 3-litre engine up and running. Not for that car, but he's actually going to put it into another similar bodied car. There's a couple of them that were made. So that's a work in progress. It's been in progress for about a year now. So hoping to see that a bit later this year. McLennan looks like he's possibly broken the back of Cade Lehman here and going to hang on to P3 with 2 laps to run from what we've been told. Here is Wayne Decker on the 888 Home Loans replay. At the front wheels sort of pointing left, and just a big lock-up behind the lap traffic there. And four-wheel drive, as we said, does the rest.
Absolutely, but yeah, in that fight in the under 2 litre class, he was closing on the Pulsar ahead, and yeah, just a full double wheel lock-up, no steering when you lock both wheels up, had no control under brakes, and just went in a straight line straight into the gravel trap. But nice recovery, not too much time lost.
No, not too much time lost at all, and I don't think he lost a position out of that as well. I think Danny Timewell's settled for second here. Luke Gretschkumbo's got about a 2.3 second margin according to our timing screens the last time across the line. There's a bit of smoke haze going on. I'm wondering if the GC... No, that's from the car in front. That's from Brad Ross. I was a bit worried for a minute that it was Luke Gretschkumbo's HSV Senator that was just starting to emit a little bit of a haze, but it's Brad Ross just trying to limp his way to the finish line here. And he's been lapped by the leader. I think this is the twice that he's been lapped now, so at least he will be classified. He will get home here. But for the man who won the Victorian State Racing Series titles through 2017, 2018 and 2019, he's got a couple of corners to go, and this will be sweet for him. It's been a little while since he's been able to put himself on the top step of the podium. Little sideways slide coming out of the final turn, and he will salute for GC Electrical and Data Services and take race 1 of the Prestige Hino Improved Production Cars for 2023.
I think that smoke's getting worse as we see our third place man McClellan cross the line ahead of Lehman. So in the end, yes, it was the yellow Monaro that prevailed. But yeah, looking at the lap times, the best lap times, the top 3 very closely matched. So if McClellan can get that off the line tomorrow, he will be in contention for the race victory. And yeah, Danny Timewell it was with the fastest lap of the race. So yeah, all to play for in the top 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, just having a look at those top 3 times, you're right. So it was an 18.4 for Timewell, an 18.6 for Luke Gretschkumbo, and an 18.8 for Ian McLennan. So not too far apart there in terms of the fastest lap time, but about the consistency and about the start, it was all Timewell and Luke Gretschkumbo. They were the 2 that jumped away nicely, apart from Danny, who just misjudged the start by just a few seconds, and he's then copped the 5-second penalty that goes along with it. Didn't hamper his finishing position at the end of the day, so he retained second place ahead of Ian McLennan, Cade Lehman in 4th, Peter Dixon in 5th, Jin Wook Song in position number 6, on debut in the black VE Commodore. So great to see he's had a good start to his life in improved production. Grant Ogle, Richard Valentich, the number 55 machine of Carl Parsons, and then Rick Hogan in the Commodore in 10th position. We bid farewell to improved production. They're off at turn number 1. And, well, you can't see over my right shoulder at the moment, but sitting behind Dan McCarthy and myself, they're going to be belting out the HQ Holden's about to come off the other side of this. There they are. Dan McCarthy right behind us, Dave Amor and Darren Smith. They're getting ready to belt out what is set to be, I guess, a very, very entertaining HQ race. It's going to be Magilton all over again on the other side of this. Don't go anywhere. The 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series for 2023.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The 888 Home Loans supported Victorian State Racing Series and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Great welcome to 888 Home Loans, and of course the HQs come on track with all the support they have from Tyre Power and of course Rylock Doors and Windows Eastern and the GMG garages down there in Box Hill. So fantastic to have HQs on. A little bit of banter off air, and the my co-commentator comes with a heavy weight of expectation and physical presence, of course, and that is a national treasure and a legend of Australian motorsport, David Amor. Welcome to the commentary booth and welcome to round 1 of the State Race Series.
Thanks, Darren. Absolutely fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get up there and watch these HQ Holdens. We have got an absolute ripper of a race coming up. We've got only 16 of the 17 cars. The guy who is the second fastest, Rod Eastman, done an engine on lap 5. He has now taken that car home. So at the front, we're going to have Rod Rogers all by himself, the Flying Dutchman on the 33 car. Gavin Ross has put an old engine back in. Perry Beckers. No, it's not Perry Beckers. It's his son. Keep an eye on him. Andrew Magilton in 5th position. The Middies won. Ryan Woods is racing the Ready Race car. Glenn McDonald is on the sideline. And Ryan Woods is racing. I asked him, what's it like seeing the car go out there? And he just said, David, I prefer to be out there. Full stop.
It's a pretty easy question to answer that one.
Yeah. I prefer to be thrashing my own vehicle, not someone else.
Absolutely.
So, absolutely fantastic. Good to see. Like you said, fantastic sponsors this year. HQ Holden, once again, has Tyre Power. And for the round sponsors, we've got Wylock, Windows and Doors, Easton, and GMG Automotive, which is Gavin Ross.
A guy that has had much success in HQs and was running last year, and he's on the second row of the grid. In fact, he is in the grey car number 38 and the number 90 right alongside. So we're looking forward to seeing how Jake Becker's going to have to get used to saying that, aren't we? It's going to be it's pretty hard with the yellow livery alongside. Front row of the grid with just one Rocket Rajas alongside. Earsman, I hope will return tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we hope so. He has got a spare engine. We'll have to wait and see. We're just having a bit of a look now. We've seen the green flag go up. Just wait. Red light is on. Red light is on, ladies and gentlemen. Get up here and have a look. Oh, Rocket Riders just blasted those Kenders into the bitumen. And have a look at that Crawford in the 68 car. That's the Andrew Williams car. 1, 2, 3, 4 wide, Darren. And we haven't even got 100 metres down the track.
Crawford, Banks, Ryan Woods and Andrew Magilton all going 4 wide as they came past the strike. Then we've still got them 3 wide in the mid-pack there, but it's the number 33. Rocket Rod Rajas dives into turn 1. Gavin Ross out of P4 goes into P3 into P2 into turn 1. Say that fast if you can, while you're saying 888 Home Loans supporting the whole series this year.
Yeah, you certainly can, mate. You're putting your P in your P, and let's hope you P in the right spot. But it's through turn 4.
And you get out of it cleanly.
Yes, that's exactly right. We've got to shoot up the back chute, and we can see how Rocket Ride in the 33 car.
That is how good's that. We're actually hearing from the OB van about how good that is. That's fantastic getting out of turn 4 and have a look at them wiggle their way in true HQ style up the back straight. 16 of the fastest HQs available today in Victoria on the grid, and it's the 2 premiers out in front. Twin headlight fronts lead the way.
Certainly is. On screen, the 76 car there of Banks, Crawford in beside him, the Ready Roche. Now that's been a sponsorship for over 30 years. Ready Roche and Mark McDonald, so Glenn McDonald. That's absolutely fantastic. But you wouldn't find any bigger than that, I don't think. 30 years of looking after and sponsoring HQ. Absolutely
I think the
fantastic.
only one might be the Dick Johnson Racing with Shell, but then there was some ownership changes along the way there as well. So that might not be a continuous contract.
Certainly, mate. You've got to remember we've got a Holden.
Well,
never forget that.
That's true.
HQ Holden. Have a look at that. Oh, the chrome horn there of Ryan Woods on the back of Crawford as I go into the grandstand. You can say this is a race lap 1. It looks like we've got a good 14 and a half minutes to go, Darren. So we've got our 7 laps by the looks of it, which is absolutely fantastic. Down into turn 2, Andrew Magilton a little bit off the pace at the moment. He'd done a head gasket and gearbox yesterday, so keep an eye on him. Yes, they did practice yesterday in that heat, that 40 plus heat, and there was a couple of head gaskets and there was certainly a lot of bottles of water drunk in the HQ pits, mate.
I reckon there would have been certainly a lot of rehydrating. Good to see Graham Crawford in the Andy Williams car. In fact, Andy Williams is getting more mentions today out of historic touring cars and HQs than when he's actually entered in the event. So we'll
that's
leave him
exactly
alone.
right. Yeah, well, it's exactly right. It's about time he listens to how good he was. He was a has-been, you got to remember. But now we have got a few people back that haven't raced for a while. Tracy Molden in the number 7 car. We've also got John. And have a look at that. Oh, we've got Crawford. Gilton's trying to go on the inside. Crawford. Oh, have a look at that. Crawford's taking a little bit of real estate there, but Magilton's back in front.
I reckon Crawford was doing the best part of getting out of the way of the 14 that was sliding on through there as well. Looking at the inside at the top of the hill, there's some good respect and trust being shown by those drivers. If you want it, mate, and you really want it that badly, have a crack.
Yeah, well, dandy corner, mate. It's the big boys down there who's got the big brakes, I tell you. As you shoot down in the dandy corner, HQ Holden's doing around about 150, 160 into that sharp left-hander. As they go over, have we got them on the screen there? We've also got John Mahoney there as well in the 81 car. Good to see him back. James Kenner in the 66 car. Phil Ackland in the 5 car.
That's one of the original HQs that were built in 1989, ladies and gentlemen, and still the owner, the proud owner of that
Which
car.
one was that again?
Phil Atkin.
Yeah, right.
So he's
good.
an ex-GMH builder and designer
Phil
way
Aiken,
back
yeah,
then.
Yeah, did do a bit of Thunderdome action.
Yes, he certainly did.
Yep.
So Rocket Rod's got a real good one, Rod there. We also got Gavin Ross doing pretty good, and the young man Beckers in the 90 car, the Yellow Peril, shooting up the back straight.
Have a look at that. Great to see another Becker's name coming along in fashion. And look at that, though. The best part about it is that Jake is now into P3, and that is a territory that this car knows. Have a look at the 76, though. Banks looking to the inside there. Just gets out of it. Discretion the better part of Valor there. And you'd have to say he's going to have to defend now from behind. The Ready Roast car coming on gangbusters. So the 76 looking up the inside of Beckers. Told you I'd stumble over that one, trying to work out who it was. And then all of a sudden, we've got McDonald weighing in on that as well.
Certainly have, and that's Ryan Woods, you've got to remember, in the 87 car. Graham Francis in the 85 car, good to see him, and also the Frisbee himself, Tony Maloney in the 99 car, Andrew Lawton in the 35 car out there, and also Mick Magilton. We got father and son doing extremely well also. Yeah, literally the Frisbee, mate. I crowned him that one year here at Sandown, mate. He had more sand than anyone else. More sand than what Sandown had in the end. As we got Beckers there going through turn one, Banks is keeping him honest. I had a good talk to Banksy about it. He said, David, the car's handling well, it's braking well. I'm just not getting enough flow, as we can see, through turns 2, 3 and 4. If you haven't got a good flow, you then can't shoot out onto the back straight, and that's one of the biggest problems we've got here with Banksy. He just has to really caress the car. Oh, Magilton, fastest lap, it's good to hear. So that's the 14 car, that's the son, not the old man. The old man would take it, but Andrew Magilton, the fastest car, number 14, and at the moment he's in position 6. Keep an eye on him, a 1:35.5. Oh, I think that was a love tap, ladies and gentlemen. Banks and Beckers coming side by side.
Oh, Jake Becker's getting a short back and sides by a couple of veterans in the category. And have a look at this. Andrew Magilton's going to be all over the back of him here. We'll get David Amor right up and about on the Magilton front very, very soon when he's setting fastest laps. He's about to let loose. You can tell he's just licked the lips ready for a bit of Magilton action.
Certainly has. Have a look at this over the start-finish line. Gavin Ross isn't that far away from Rocket Rod. Keep an eye on this. Is Rod Rogers doing his fastest lap? Is Gavin Ross catching him because he's going a little bit quicker? Rocket Rod, keep an eye on the 33 car.
Here it is again. This is the Jake Becker's Banks. A little bit of a tap there. The mirrors are still on, so it wasn't that much of a tap. Normally the mirrors go flying. That's when you know there's been a big tap. But 2 spots. Jake Becker's just had a couple of veterans of the category show him, don't lose concentration, son, because you're going to come under power. And we will have shot on by. Andrew Magilton just easing off on the young fella. We got more lessons to learn at the top of the hill this time. Goes sideways, cracks it out. All the momentum out of turn 4 will be lost. Watch for the Magilton Middies electrical car as he will range up because that power came down better on the Middies car than it did on the Jake Becker's car.
You can see up the back chute there, you see Rocket Rod in the red car, Gavin Ross in the grey car with a little bit of pink on it, I understand. So up over the top, Ross is definitely catching. Ross is catching. Rogers up over the top. Look at that. You can physically see there's only 1.5 car lengths down, or about 10 feet.
3 metres to the kids at home.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes. Yeah, 3 metres. Yep,
it's colour TV, right. Not black and white, mate. That's what we're doing here.
Fair income?
Yep, let's go.
I tell you what, Blend Line's doing a fantastic job.
How about it? Colour.
Colour. Well done, guys. Fantastic Blend Line. Thank you very, very much for doing this. I was talking to someone earlier and they actually had this on the laptop. So you're listening to it and watching it, hands first.
Crazy.
That's brilliant.
Crazy how the kids these days, how they do it. I tell you what, looking at the front now, there's not a couple of kids. In fact, there's a couple of veterans of this class. In fact, smattered right through the field here. They're going to go side by side. Jake Beckers is going to have Andy Magilton alongside. Is he ranged? Yes, he is. The 14 slips on through. Signed the check, posted it, And there it is. But Jake Beckers fights back just like his old man would be so very proud, not letting the Magilton vehicle through. This is going to get feisty, isn't it? It was a lap ago that we saw Jake go out over the back of the ripple strip and lose momentum. This time he does it again, but Magilton will push through.
So we'll Crawford right in behind you. So we'll just have a little bit of look here. We're on lap 6. Up the back chute they go. We've got a twosome and then another twosome. Gavin Ross, I'm just trying to have a bit of a look. Nah, it's about the same. But look who's coming in 4th position there. Ryan Woods on Banks. Keep an eye on Ryan Woods. Ryan Woods, here he comes. He's one of the late breakers. This is going to be interesting. Oh, down in the dandy corner, less than a car length. Really have a look at that. Right on cue with Blendline. Oh, Ryan Woods runs a fraction wide. It's a 76 car there at Banks. Beautiful looking car. It's absolutely fantastic. Tyre power all over the windscreens of these cars. We've got Kenda tyres, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Pettis suspension. It's a one-make class. Been going for 35 years, Darren.
David, you have a lot to do with the day-to-day around the supply and the performance of the Kenda tyres. Tony Maloney now, the 99. That is absolutely a day at the beach down there, isn't it?
Well, he's got a little bit more sand.
He certainly has. Now, the Kenda tyre, as I said, you have a day-to-day almost relationship with Kenda and the supply and the use and the best use of these tyres.
Yep.
The Kenda tyre is not I'm going to say a household brand. It's not one of the big 4, I guess you'd say, but this category's been on it for some time now.
Yeah, we certainly have. This is our 8th year on Kenda tyres. We had some Bridgestones way back there, but the Kenda tyres. Oh, here we go. Oh, Tony Maloney's just smoking that Kenda. Smoking it, just can't. Trying to, but doesn't.
That'll be bellied out down there at turn 9. We've got a full course yellow safety car out now. So this is going to be quite the rescue that we have to get done here now. 6 laps completed. And there's just over 5 minutes left in the time certainty of this race. So I don't think we will see another lap in anger. So Tony Maloney parked it up at 9 there, and we don't see it too often these days. These are the HQs under safety car. Just touching on the tyre again, David, tell us a little bit about the tyre and how the race teams manage that tyre through a race meeting.
Yeah, well, the Kenda tyres is just your normal passenger tyre, speed rated at 210 kilometres an hour. It's a H-rated tyre. They come from the factory, which is overseas, with around about 9 mil of tread. Then there's myself and 3 other people that buff tyres in Victoria. What we mean by buffing the tyres is we bring them back to around about 2.5 mil. Mum and Dad would say that, like Mum and Dad would say, 2.5 mil, it's almost time to replace them. But these Kenda tyres only do about 200-300 kilometres, and they do 2 race meetings, and then it's time to replace them and do that. Value for money. It's a fantastic tyre. It's good. With the Kenda HQ Racing on the sidewall, mate, it looks like a NASCAR. It's absolutely awesome. It really gets the cars stunning, looking well, and making it absolutely perfect. See, Tracy Moulton there's got the indicator on the 7 car. That's an ex-Barry Cassidy car. Barry Cassidy is a Tasmanian. Must be able to swim. It's a long way to come.
It is a long way.
Fantastic bloke, been in the category for a long time. Decided to sell his car, and Tracy Moulton has got it. Put an engine in it. Put another engine in it yesterday with an issue, an oil pressure issue. But she's out there lapping, doing some times, doing around about a 143, 142 sort of lap.
Just while we're under safety car here, Dave, we didn't want to interrupt a national treasure whilst he's mid-sentence, but thank you. Tickets at the gate tomorrow. We'd love to see your smiling faces here at the racetrack. The live streaming is a fantastic service, but getting to the racetrack, it's like getting to any of your favourite sports. You're best at the event. You can see it, smell it, live it. The best thing about the State Race Series here in Victoria is you pay at the gate and then you can roam the pit and paddock area, talk, touch, be part of the race teams. Get out there, get up to the grandstand, watch your favourite categories, go down and have something to eat, then wander the pit and paddock area, see your favourite categories. More often than not, if you've got the kids with you, the race teams will let the kids have a bit of a sit in the car and a bit of a look around what makes up a race car. So we do extend always to all of the race fans, and even if you don't know motorsport and you've stumbled across motorsport, please come and join us. It's so accessible here at the track. I think it's $30 at the gate for tomorrow. It's $40 for the whole weekend. So yeah, please come and join us. And I think it's kids under 12 free. We've got the safety car going on another jaunt around Sandown International Motor Raceway, the home of horsepower, as there is the green number 99 of Tony Maloney. Oh, that's the longest snatch and strap I've ever seen, where the guys are pulling that out. And here is the whole field lined up behind the safety car. They look pretty keen to get back on with it, don't they? In fact, that's probably what they'll look like as they hit the strike when the Cool Drive drill post services safety car is removed from the track. But certainly we wish everyone to come and join us here tomorrow. Sandown is the most accessible racetrack, certainly in Victoria, just off the East Link, just off the Monash Freeway, and you're here within sort of 5 minutes. And a very important message across the bottom of the screen there, and a yellow flag being waved as well to drag our attention. Our volunteer officials right around this track here this weekend. And David, it's not just this track this weekend. There's other race meetings. There's the first round of the WA series on at Barbagallo this weekend. There'll be volunteers from front fence to back fence, like they are here, making sure that the event runs smoothly. And they're all waving the yellow flags because there's a safety car out on track. They've got a team behind them. We'll just grab that point as we go coming onto the back straight there. There's two flaggies, one on the yellow flag, one on the blue flag, and they'll swap around over the day. And the other two will be communicators, and they'll take shifts on and off the sign, and there'll be a sector marshal and a track marshal there as well. So all assigned jobs of expertise with training that is given to them by not only by Motorsport Australia but by the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, or whether it be the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad. We've also got medical services. I think here this weekend is Team Medical. But all of these expertise areas that come in, you're trained. You're not just thrown out there trackside to get wet and get some sunburn. You're given a lot of intense training, and there's a lot of highly skilled volunteers trackside at car racing. And we have got the lights out on the safety car, so we should go, I reckon, for one lap of fury. I reckon.
Yeah, this is going to be the one lap dash, ladies and gentlemen. One lap dash. This looks like we've got another lap. Definitely got a lap coming. Oh. The lights are off the safety car, so that tells me, Darren.
Yeah, green flag is ready at the crow's nest as well. It's going to be waved, so I'm not sure whether it's going to be green flag and last lap. So last lap board goes up, so it's going to be a club lap dash.
Oh, this is absolutely fantastic. Thank you very, very much, guys. We're able to get one car out, and we've still got racing happening. Rocket Rod, literally Rocket Rod. Keep an eye on him.
Banks looks to go past Ross and does it easy. Drives past Gavin Ross, in fact.
Yeah, I think Gavin Ross was waiting for a snow cone or something there, because he's certainly gone back in the pack. Well, Banks has gone around the outside. Beckers is riding behind him. There's Francis. Francis trying to serve it up to Crawford, the 68 car.
Graham Francis looked to be very intent there, wanted to get through. Had to line up to get through turn one as they lurch over the turn two ripple strips there and battle away over the back of the ripple strip at turn 4. Looks like they're coming straight at us, sliding with an indicator on there in the red one, coming onto the back straight. And they all line up behind our race leader, Rocket Rajas. Gav Ross, has he gone back, or are they side by side?
Yeah, no, he has. He's gone behind there now. Ryan Woods around the outside. Ryan Woods going around the outside, up over the top. Oh, here we go. This is going to be tight. Oh, have a look. Oh, yes, there was a little love tap there, guard to guard. Geez, that was tight. That was hot. Woods has got it sideways. Ross is just in front of him.
Andrew Machilton was giving him a bit of the hurry up and get out of my way. Took his hand off the wheel. He was that engaged in that one.
He certainly was, but have a look at Rod Rajas, the 33 car. He is so Mr. Consistent. Oh, Banksy will be absolutely fist pumping over. There he is, over the start finish line. Congratulations, Rod Rajas, Banks, Ross, Wood, Beckers. And have a look at that. Ryan Woods, fairly quick on that final lap.
Tell you what, Rocket Rajas for Knox Panel Services, what a race. He had it all on a string, come under fire, look at that, up alongside the 76. Banksy there giving him the thumbs up. One more lap, I think he was saying, one more. One more lap, we would have been on for it. Gavin Ross ruining what would have been a second place result there. Let's have a look at this. This is how it got. Ryan Woods up the inside on Gavin Ross. A little bit of, hey, bring it back in there. A little bit of like a pinball machine. A flick out over the back there. Bit of like a Kiss Alive 2 pinball machine at your local fish and chip shop in 1983.
Darren, do you see the difference, mate? They touched. There was no fiberglass. No, nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, these are made out of tin/steel. These are original.
Some of them have got millimetres of filler over the top of them, but we don't call that fiberglass.
We've got a sly bit, mate. Just a bit of makeup like you would have, Darren.
Hey, I don't wear makeup, but I probably should.
You sure?
Get some.
All right, mate. You're
Well,
looking
the television, they say you got to put a little bit on.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Television gives you an extra 40 kilo, Darren, at least.
David Amor, we are absolutely enthralled every time you come to the commentary booth. What a national treasure like yourself will come out with. And ladies and gentlemen, that has been David Amor and the HQs for race number 1 for the 2023 season. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, guys.
Well, that seems to be pretty much it for racing here today. We look forward to seeing everyone again tomorrow on the Blendline TV coverage, but certainly we'd love to get everybody back here at the racetrack, and we are going to go plenty of racing tomorrow, and it's down to Callum.
Well, that's about it for day 1 of round 1 of the VSRS here at Sandown International Raceway. And by my side is Darren Smith, someone who I felt like I haven't seen all day. How do you rate today?
Mate, I'm going home for a nap. I'm exhausted. November last year, I was tired of motorsport. I'm very tired today, but it's because we're back. And we're back in a great way at the 888 Home Loan Series here at Sandown. It's been a fantastic 10 races. We've got 20 tomorrow. Come and join us at the track. It's a fantastic vibe. You know, get all of your senses absolutely there. But if you can't, stay with the Blendline TV live stream. It is magic. It's going across fantastically, and I can't wait to get day 2 of the 888 Home Loan Series underway again tomorrow.
Absolutely. So tune in, or the day gets underway tomorrow from 9:05 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. If you can make your way down to the track, tickets are available at the gate. Otherwise, visit vsrs.com.au for more information.